All right, hello everyone. Welcome to my stream today. As you know, I don't have cool intro music. This isn't a super prepared out stream, but you get to hear me rambling for a couple minutes while I make sure everyone joins in on Twitch and on Twitter. So, how you all doing? Come say hi in the chat. Favorite time of the week? Yeah, I've got some tea. It's nice, you know. I'm definitely not doing any product placement or anything. Just you know, just chilling here. Sorry. Anyways, yeah, no. I cover a lot of topics on the stream, and it kind of varies between like really in-depth framework topics and looking at, you know, other tools out in the ecosystem. Usually I'm talking to other framework authors and I'm digging into the details of like how they do some kind of rendering technique or to understand as, you know, just kind of get a fuller scope of like all the cool innovations going on in the ecosystem. But, you know, sometimes I'm not even terribly familiar with a lot of the technology that's going on. And it's, I think today is one of those cases, right? We kind of go between expert stream and learn with Jason. This one's definitely on the learn with Jason side of the spectrum. So, you know, bear with me here. I am talking through, you know, something or going to learn about something that I don't know very much about. And I use the stream as a chance to actually learn about it. So, if you're familiar with it, you know, maybe you know, still ask the questions. We have an expert here, but you know, bear with me a little bit because it's kind of funny. I'm gonna explain that in a minute. Let me just tell people, you know, out in the socials that we're live. Let me see here. Where are we? I'm pretty excited that, in the sense that a lot of people seem really interested in T3, and this has actually had on YouTube, people can like flag that they're, you know, they want to watch it, like they're waiting on it. This one's had the highest wait ahead count for any stream that I've done to date. So other people are clearly very interested in this topic. And as I said, it's interesting because it's one I know less about, but you know, we're gonna learn about that. So yeah, what do I mean by that exactly? And if you're wondering why I'm rambling here, this is how I wait for people to join the stream and how we get past those terrible Twitch pre-rolls. But essentially, I've been doing web dev for a long time. I've been doing web dev since the late 90s. I lived through working with on-prem systems. In fact, it's funny enough, I got my earliest jobs in web because of my familiarity of tweaking servers, you know, like doing diagnostics. I was kind of like the local, I don't know what they call them. Like, I never worked for Best Buy or anything, but like Geek Squad. I'd go around, fix people's computers, diagnose their problems, RAM, you know, hard drive failures, you know, whatnot. And that actually got me into working. They didn't hire me for my cool .NET 3D DirectX demos that I was making. And I watched the whole evolution of us moving from, you know, on-prem systems that I kind of managed to cloud systems to, which were fairly monolithic in the beginning, to microservices, through moving those microservices to serverless. That was a project I was doing back in 2018. But that's like 5 years ago. I have no clue what, you know, is the state of the art for people these days and what the best practices are. I've been kind of out of this probably now for, I'd say, about 5 years. And I think there's an interesting tension between like what startups or and even larger companies are doing in terms of how they approach their infrastructure. And, you know, some of that's got to do with legacy. Some of that has to do with, you know, resources, like who's going to maintain this thing. I need to move fast. And I also think on a third tier, there's this level where you got to consider things like learning. Like, how do I learn about the web today? If someone asked me how to learn about the web today, there's a lot more at our disposal now than we had back, when I got started, where I mean, in some ways it was really easy. You literally open Notepad, put some text in a file, and put it on an FTP server, and there you go. But on the other hand, what we're capable of now is so much more. And I think it's important to kind of understand how that fits into things. On the broader scope, that's the broader scope. If I want to narrow it down a bit, I think it's interesting that we now look at the web space as the series of layers, and like the idea of like React, the library, and then we have like Next.js, a layer on top of that, and with something like Create T3 app, we have another, or Blitz, I think is another example, another layer on top of that, right? Going from perhaps the least opinionated to the most opinionated. How do we fit that all in our scope of like how we approach building and learning on the web? Honestly, I have opinions, but I don't know if anyone knows the answer to that question completely. I think that this is an interesting debate, and even the roles of things change over time. If you've been watching my recent streams, there's been a lot of conversation about React and about its role as being a library. And we're probably going to talk about that more today, especially later in This Week in JavaScript, because it seems like this conversation just keeps on propelling forward. But how do you learn or get started or work with the web when it's constantly changing, when the source of truth even is constantly changing? I don't know. Those are the bigger questions that I ask. I'm not expecting our guest here today to have the answers to all of them, but I want to kind of expand our horizons here a little bit, and I'm going to learn a little bit myself to go beyond my usual just playing with what's the best way to partially hydrate a framework. Don't worry, we can get to that later. Like, if I got a chance today, there's something I want to play with in Next with server components to kind of validate a few theories I have. I want to understand context, and I want to understand server components later. So maybe a bit later in the stream, we'll kind of dissect server components in greater detail. But for now, I'm actually very, very happy to welcome one of the maintainers of Create T3 app onto my stream, Chris Ehrlich. Let's see if I can get you in here. Did I say your name right? Yeah.
Yeah, you said it good.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us today. I'm pretty stoked about this. I'm always stoked to have people working on frameworks or meta frameworks. I don't even know where to place T3. Maybe you'll help me with that in a minute. Come on the stream and share their expertise. Welcome, Chris.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So, T3 app's an interesting one because like a lot of frameworks might start as like, let's say like, React, like someone's trying to render something. And then at some point the meta framework comes on, which is like, someone's like, okay, we need the server render, have more opinions. And they built that. Mm-hmm. T3 app, to my knowledge, it started because Theo Brown, which many of you know, who's also in chat, decided that he was going to make a video. I think one of his first videos, I think it was October of 2021, about what his stack was at his startup. And he's just like, this is what I use. This is what you should use. And then like, correct me if I'm wrong on the details, but essentially he himself just put that out into the void, into the space. And somehow a group of maintainers, I guess you maybe get some more details on the origin from you, decided to go like, yeah, this is really valuable. We should build that, and kind of came together to do that. And to my understanding, Theo didn't even have to lift a finger. I don't know. Tell us a little bit.
That's pretty much what happened.
Tell us a little bit about where Create T3 app came from and how you got involved with the project.
T3 app, it really came, I think, pretty much from that Theo video. Where he kind of showed his stack, and then I think there was a second one later where he made this application where you can say which Pokemon is rounder than another. But like back at that time, all the pieces of that stack were really difficult to put together, and the documentation for it wasn't that great. So Theo said that it would be kind of nice to have like an init tool for that, and then Nexel, this guy from Theo's community, just made that.
That's crazy. Yeah, like I mean, I guess to a degree, it's interesting because I don't know if you have any thoughts or opinions on this, but like trying to start a render framework takes a decent amount of work because you have to build all this stuff. And then even a meta framework and pulling those pieces together is way more challenging than people realize. And it's interesting to me that's, you know, a phenomenon, basically like a YouTuber, Twitch streamer was able to, you know, I guess there's something magical in T3 that I'm going to learn about today. This is my best way of saying it. Like how about, can we talk a little about yourself? Like, how did you find this project? Like what were you doing at the time, and how did this come into your scope of radar?
Yeah, sure. I think for me, there's kind of two stories. There's the technological one, and then there's one that's sort of not technological at all. And the technological one is that I only started getting into web dev like a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago. And so I was figuring it out all myself. Like, I guess a long time before that, I'd done a bit of PHP, I'd done like a bit of Django. Also like these, I guess you could call them frameworks, meta frameworks, I don't know. But
no one does.
But so like this time around, I was learning, you know, I just Googled like, what's the biggest framework now? And it was React. So I learned React. And then I tried, like I learned Express and how you make an API with that, but I didn't really like it. And then I learned about Next.js, and like that has an API. So I started working with that.
Nice. Okay.
And then I realized like you have TypeScript. So you have types, and you have a backend, and you have a front end, and you can share types between them. Yeah. And I figured that out. And then I realized like, but you can still lie to the contract. And then I learned about Zod in a video. And so I realized like, oh, if you put like a curried function around your route handler with the schema, then you can validate there. And you can also use the same schema on the front end. And so I started building like this little, not really library because I never made it a package, but like a thing that lived inside of my projects. And then one day I found out about tRPC. And it was like this exact thing, but 100 times better.
Right.
And that was kind of the magic moment, I think, for me.
How do you remember how you first heard about tRPC?
I heard about it from Theo. I was watching something on YouTube. It was Theo's Pokemon video.
Okay, well, there you go. Okay, so yeah, no, Theo has been a huge advocate of tRPC, which is a big part of this stack. Yeah, so basically you were on you're watching the YouTube, the Twitch streams, kind of using this as a learning tool to get into web development, trying to follow the path. Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of a little bit of an aside. I think that's really interesting to me how much stuff has shifted over the last few years towards that direction. When I learned web dev, I mean, okay, to be fair, we were on dial-up connections, but you know, it was like static websites. But even later on, you know, like articles and stuff, and the role of video, I think, is amazing in how it's changed the way we learn about things. I don't know. Do you have any thoughts about that? I mean, your background. I think I looked up. You're a teacher.
Yeah, so I guess I learned programming a few times kind of before this. The first time around was C, like 15 years ago, 20 years ago. And back then, there was like this big book that you could learn from. And then the second time around, I wanted to make an iPhone app. So like I learned Objective-C because that's how you made iPhone apps back then. And that was still from a book. But then by that time, you also had like Stack Overflow and all of these things. So it became a bit more sort of like a hybrid approach of you have the book where you learn the facts, and then you have the internet where you Google stuff. But this time around, like learning web dev, I bought some books. I never opened them. I just learned it all on the computer. And like documentation is so good now. It's so much better than it was even 5 years ago or 10 years ago. All these, like, if you look at, I don't know, the documentations for Postgres, it's incredible. Or like, I guess not the old React docs, but the new React docs are really, really good. And there's so many excellent ways to learn now.
Yeah, no, that's very true. And interactive learning and stuff, like just the way things are up to, like, I got to give Svelte a big, on the framework side, a big nod on that side. All their stuff's interactive. Even SvelteKit has a new site. I think it's called Learn Svelte Kit or something, where you can actually, it's kind of like, I guess it's like a web container, but you can actually build the app interactively with tutorials in the browser while you're doing it. It's like, that's like obviously like it's kind of the newest thing playing with, but yeah, I mean, this is just not comparable to what we had before.
And for me, the most awesome thing is that it's less on Rails than it was before, kind of. So, like, like I've worked as a teacher before, but also I went to a school called Central St. Martin's, which is like an art school that's kind of known for barely teaching people anything. Instead, it just brings together some people who are super motivated, and then you have technicians that kind of bridge the gap between your current knowledge and the thing you want to build.
Right. Right. So like, yeah, like almost kind of like self-guided. Like there's this choice now. I mean, I guess with a little bit of guardrails, but generally you can take things in different directions.
Yeah, and there's this super interesting question of like, how do you encode learning opportunities in like practical things that people do?
Yeah, no, it's interesting. And I mean, I told you, or I mentioned earlier in the stream before you joined on, that like I had been like making video game demos, and it was actually my work, tinkering with computers that got me hired. A lot of this makes me think of stuff like game theory, and like when you look at how people like how video games teach people the mechanics of the game in the early levels as a teaching tool. It's interesting to think that we could build that kind of thinking into web dev. If I'm following you right, that's just like where my mind went to almost immediately.
Yeah, I think it's something like that. I'm not quite sure yet what sort of my complete theory on it is, and maybe I'll never be. But yeah, I think there's like one side of it is sort of bridging the gap, like getting people to the point where they can build an app because that's what's fun. Like
Right.
if you're a kid, you want to build, I don't know, a game, so it should be easy to build a game. And maybe if you're a bit older, you want to build an app or like a business, so that should be really easy. And then you can go kind of back and fill in like, oh, maybe I need a better auth system. Maybe my database is slow. But like that stuff is really not important at the start. And I think now you can kind of get to the point where you have an app on the internet like a lot easier than it was at some points in the past.
Definitely a lot easier. You don't want to know, like, a couple years into web dev, I just said you tinkered with some stuff before, but there were some periods where, like, there's like a boom and bust in terms of like how much we pick a technology, we build on it as much as we can, and then we realize like we went a little bit too far this way and it's too heavy, and then we got to switch. And if anyone who's been involved in that sort of ebb and flow will know that there's been times where getting started in web dev have been horrendously complicated. I'm looking at you .NET. I'm looking at you late 2000s, like when the single page app came out. Like the first decade of web development went up to a pitch of complexity that like single page apps were like the savior. And it's funny watching that happen again right now. Now that's more my hot take because I'm always kind of looking for these trends. But on the other hand, I will say each time we get to be more ambitious, and I feel like it's because of how we've I don't know what the term, lowered the floor, raised the floor, like made it easier for people to learn and get that much higher up on the rungs without the next time around. You don't have to start with some of the painful stuff. No one here is ever going to have to build a guest book in Perl.
Yeah, and like I think abstractions are kind of a difficult thing where if you talk about it in a conceptual way, like it's easy to say, oh, we should have fewer abstractions, but like the first web server was written in C, right? And it's terrible. And if you kind of take that further, like people now don't have to know like what Webpack is anymore, at least to a certain point in their web development journey. And so I think like with every kind of iteration of it, we abstract away some of the most difficult, most annoying stuff. And you can still go back down there. It's still there, but you have the freedom to not care about it if you don't want to. And I think that's really powerful.
I think it is. And give me 2 secs. Sorry, everyone keeps. It was funny. Someone actually mentioned to me last stream that I was too interrupting, but I got to give Greg from Leptos a quick shout out. I imagine it's Greg because the username is GBJ Leptos. Gifted a bunch of tier 1 subs out a few minutes ago, and also thanks to Wesley Coder who subscribed at tier 1. I'm in StreamYard, so everyone knows to kind of flag me when this stuff happens because I'm like too busy, interacting with this stream itself on the chat and yourself that I have to go switch over to Twitch. So I just want to take a moment to give those Twitch shout outs. But yeah, sorry about that, Chris. Kind of getting back, tying it around here on this whole learning and stuff. So you learned about tRPC from Theo, and you're like, man, this makes a lot of sense. This is kind of like what I was missing in my like. I see some pieces, they're like good, but maybe not quite fitting together. Let's continue from there. Like, I guess it wasn't too long before you decided to look at was the T3 stack around at that point? Like,
I think I got started on tRPC shortly before Create T3 app came around, and so the way I built it the first time, the tRPC docs were really bad at the time. They're much better now. Was I just went into Theo's repo and like copy and pasted stuff until I had tRPC working in my repo. That was the only way I could get it going.
That works. It's funny sometimes you're sitting there and you're debugging a thing. Like there's two different ways for me personally when I approach problems not working, because I especially when you're kind of trying to come into like you start from like one idea and you want to like get like the whole system running, right? There's like reductionist debugging and build up debugging, but it's kind of like the same side of the same thing where you literally have the working thing and the broken thing, and then you're like, okay, how much can I gut out of this to get to the broken thing to the working thing, or how much can I build up? So yeah, whatever works. I've watched too many people kind of sit there and just like staring at the code and being like, I think it's doing this. Okay, I'll put a console out to confirm. I think it's doing that. You might start there if you can do it quick, but I find in my experience, I end up just being like, okay, rip it all out. Let's put it back together again. It's a good exercise. You learn a ton that way too. I like assiding a lot.
Yeah, I agree. One of the biggest things that I kind of believe in learning is like treating things as a black box first and just using them and then going back down a level later on. Like I didn't know anything about how tRPC worked when I first started using it, and like how the TypeScript magic works, and like how the request flows through, like from an API endpoint through all the stuff that tRPC does. Yeah. But I built an app and then I ran into a problem and I debugged it and I learned a bit there, and then another problem, learned a bit more, and I think that's kind of the more interesting way for me to learn, or even to help other people learn.
My interest in tRPC is copy pasting that. Yeah, okay. So apparently this roundest app. For those who don't know, I imagine many of you do. Julius is also maintainer of Create T3 app. Yeah, apparently that roundest demo is the hottest thing. There you go.
Well, it's not. It doesn't work anymore because it used tRPC 9, which was kind of like tRPC 1, I guess, or the last version of tRPC 1, and the current tRPC 10 is like 2. They're on a really high version number because they were really serious about semantic versioning at the start. But basically, we're on like version 2 now that completely changed how the entire API works.
Yeah, I can respect that. But the interesting thing is you can always start at version 0. But I mean, maybe that's fine. I find that's usually the trade-off. If you go to 1.0 quickly, so people actually use your thing, but like if you start at version 0, you can make like a whole bunch of changes and breaking stuff, and then you don't have to worry about semantic versioning at all. That's basically how I treat all my stuff. But the flip side is, I find my stuff takes forever to get to 1.0. So maybe I'm one to talk. So that's probably like the super cautious take. But yes.
The way to do it is the Chrome way. Like you just get to version 200 within like a couple of years.
yeah, exactly. Just like, yeah. And it's interesting. Yeah, there's a psychology behind that probably goes beyond what we're going to get into today. But yeah, it's especially when you start considering competitors and stuff, and they all start like deciding like that they're going to jump numbers. Like the funniest thing for me is watching graphics cards, like watching Nvidia and AMD like go head to head, and they're numbering, and then one will have like a bigger number than the other one, like in the generation. Then they'll be like, okay, it's time to switch, so our number is bigger. Anyway.
Well, and the problem with the graphics card numbers was always that you get to 9 at some point, then you need to figure something else out. Yeah. This is going to date me, but my first graphics card was the Radeon 9500.
It's a great card, yeah.
And then after that, they went to I think the X
Yep.
series. Like
No.
after the 9800 came the X800, and then they came out with the X1800.
Yeah.
Like terrible naming.
Yeah, no, it's funny because X is obviously better, right?
Yeah.
or S or something like S means super, X means extra. I don't know. Yes, extreme. But again, yeah, Semver has its value, and it's important to not introduce too many breaking changes, and I can respect the progress there. But yeah, tRPC 10, as far as I know, huge change. Updated stuff in a way that people are really excited about. The funniest thing about all this, and the reason I'm talking about this, is I know all this at a high level. You talked about like taking the high level and then kind of digging down and deeper. I've never used, like, shock, most of the technology that's to my knowledge in the T3 stack. That's why I give that big long intro about me winding down in terms of like the different technologies in my experience, because like I have never used tRPC. Sorry, Alex. I just haven't got around to it yet. I've never used, I don't know if Tailwind's part of the package, but I've never used Tailwind. I've never used, what else have I never used? Prisma. I've never used NextAuth. I basically have never used anything in this. So,
Wow.
yeah, this is why I want to learn about this, because, kind of an aside is, I think what's happened here with T3 is incredible, and I'm seeing I've seen that come into this Solid Zone community as well, and people creating their own version. Like a shout out to Create JD app, but I wanted to get to the source. You know what I mean? I wanted to understand the magic here, because I have. Oh yeah, sorry, God, yeah, ATI. Thank you, Theo. Oh man, I'm just. Did AMD buy ATI? I can't even remember.
Yeah, they did. I think
Yeah,
like a couple years after that generation of cards.
Yeah. 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 I mean, God, see, this is what I tell when I tell people I've forgotten more than I remember. Anyway.
Yeah, but it goes the other way as well. Like we met in London in, I think it was November or something. And at that conference, I said, like, right, I'm going to try out Nuxt. I'm going to try out Solid. I'm going to try out Remix finally. And just none of that has happened, because like the job gets in the way, and like somebody opens an issue on the project you're working on.
Yeah.
And you just never get to the amount of stuff that you want to get to.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things with that. First of all, I love that you mentioned that conference, right? For all the it was that conference. The conference that shall not be named. From like on a certain angle, that was the worst conference ever. On another angle, it was an amazing conference to meet with the speakers, the maintainers, because we're literally the only ones who were there. So
yeah, exactly. I had a blast there. Like I understand that for the sponsors it was terrible, and for many of the speakers it was terrible. But I expected to go there and watch a few talks and go home, and instead, like, there was nobody else there except for the speakers. So those were the only people you could talk to.
Yeah, it was kind of awesome in a weird way. But yeah, and the second thing I wanted to say there was the solution to that problem for me was actually really simple. I started streaming. This is my excuse to like set aside the time to learn about something every week. And at first, you're thinking, okay, well, I must start the stream to tell people about Solid. But like most of my streams aren't about that. Like people would have questions and I can interface with people, which is great. But most of the time, I was like, okay, this is how I can like set aside time to learn about stuff. And it turns out other people want to learn about stuff. So I think it's pretty nice. I don't know. It could be worth a shot. I don't know. You do some video contents I've seen recently.
Yeah, I just got started on that, and like I don't have the aspiration, I think, to become like I don't know, a video producer or a YouTuber. I just want to make the videos that get linked when people ask a question on Discord, basically.
I mean that's good too. Like it's kind of like that thing where someone says like if you have to answer a question like for the third time, you should just write an article. That's like the old sage advice, and that's not how I got started. I got started on articles because I was like, oh my God, they just released hooks. How is it possible that all the React code is going to start looking like Solid code? That's just mind blowing. But very shortly later, that's when I changed my perspective. I found basically that's my tactic now. It's like basically if I have to go explain something on Twitter, I'm going to just write an article for it. And I think going back to what we were talking about earlier, these days it's more like I'm just gonna make a video for it.
Yeah, and the other nice part about making the video so far for me has been, for each of the videos, I only knew like maybe half or 2/3 of the stuff in the video before I made it. But like I have this crippling fear of releasing a video that isn't correct in every possible way. So like I have to go out and learn it.
Yeah.
And and you come out knowing a bit more on the other side.
Yeah, no, and that makes a lot of sense. That's the same thing happens when you write the articles, right? It's that you actually like, usually it just takes enough to know that there's a topic here, and I mean this is the whole learn in public phenomenon generally, but yeah, sorry, I love sidelining conversations. It's funny. I go on other people's streams and do this, but when it's on my stream, I go out of control, like. So it's all good, but yeah, okay. We should kind of loop this back in. We were going to talk about T3 today, I think, if I remember correctly.
We don't have to.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean here's the thing, because part of what makes T3 so special, it's part of the reason why Chris is sitting across from me here today. Is like, you're right. I could have had Theo on at some point, and we could have probably boosted the viewers, right? And been thing. But T3 isn't about Theo. do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
T3 is something that came up from his community. So I'm not going to like steal all the credit from him on that, but it's something that like people saw the need. Maybe Theo kind of guided them in the direction, and they built it themselves. Like, and it's people, learning web dev, people trying to find their place in the React ecosystem. Maybe they're starting a startup, That's what T3 and T3 community is. And I think that is interesting and what I wanted to put on highlight today.
Yeah, one number that's really awesome to me is, I just looked this up. We have 173 contributors 8 months in. And the last time I checked, which was at like 140 or something, I think over half of them made their first contribution on Create T3 app.
That is an amazing stat.
Like it's not just a thing that you learn from, but it also becomes like this meta thing where you graduate to contribute to it. And obviously we're not the only project that has this, but like it's one of the most awesome things to me.
Yeah, no, and that is what open source is. Like the thing is, how should I put it? Like, there's a couple things really working in T3's favor on that, right? In the sense that there are a bunch of great existing tools that T3 gets to leverage in here that just make a lot of sense together. There's this community, fueled by, at least learning, and which is, what Theo's been all about. And then like, once you get a little momentum, these things just shoot, like they it's like a rocket, and I think that's incredible to have watched that growth, because the funny thing is I've been playing with surveys, and like I'm very aware of all the key points when like annual things happen in web dev where like best of JS, or what is it, rising stars of GitHub, JS survey. There used to be one every year for the real world demo. Like there's these key articles or things where you got kind of a snapshot of where the ecosystem was. T3 shot up so fast this year that it basically missed it. Like they didn't even account for it because it came out of nowhere. And I like it's we talked about first contributors, which is on one side, but this is also a reflection of just how much this project that started from these contributors has come into our collective awareness. Is the best way I want to put it.
Well, and I think having probably the biggest web dev YouTuber talk about it a lot maybe also helped a bit.
Right, but the funniest thing is, I mean, Theo was not the biggest web dev YouTuber, whatever,
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
At the time, when he made the actual original video, I mean, we talked a bit about this when I was on his stream, but he threw out that video, right? And then I think he did the Dan Abramov video right after it. Mm-hmm. And then I love this because one of my favorite one. His third video was actually how to convert your Next app to Solid. It was like 1, 2, 3. I'll tell you, 2 of those videos actually have done really well. The third one no one really cares about. But but like what I'm getting at is like, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of factors into how this plays out, and I think sometimes you just find that alignment just happens. Like, one thing I was really happy about is that T3 kind of retroactively got recognized on some of these things, even though they weren't like in it. Like, I'm gonna share my screen for a second. Actually, let me swap my view for a second and show you what I'm talking about. I don't know if people saw the rising stars of GitHub. But this is the whole last year, right? And we can see the growth. Obviously, Bun was the biggest growth on GitHub stars. And again, this is a vanity metric. No one read too much into it. But I want to show you, like, Astro 1.0 release was last year, huge boost. T3 is in the top 20 for a completely new project, like from 0 to whatever, and it only showed up halfway through the year. Like, I just want to throw that there. So the point that, like, if it's like, look at this company. I don't know why tRPC is a back end full stack. I guess it's a library, but like, if you're looking at frameworks, it's Next, Astro, T3 Remix. And again, it's a vanity thing. Don't like, I just this is incredible effort, and it's something that I like to see, because I mean, obviously, the weight of having like an influencer, but this, we're not even talking about, like, we're talking about a newly made influencer. Like, it is hard to get any kind of traction in this space. Like, I know this personally. Like, you're clawing up from nothing, and this is a sheer power of what's going on here. So you guys all got my attention.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we kind of got lucky with is that nobody else before like knew how to make jokes on Twitter.
Yes, that is true. I'm actually very terrible. It's so funny. Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, people will make jokes, and I think a lot of web devs are just kind of like missed it. And this was a lost opportunity. I think really, it's crazy to see the change of brands and like frameworks joining in. Do you know what I saw today? I mean, maybe not everybody's, like, I saw the Quick account write a poem and post it up. I kid you not. It was like someone was talking about islands and lakes, and it was just like, like having fun with it again, to get out of this, like, it was so funny. It was like JavaScript was in this whole like JavaScript fatigue, too much, blah blah blah. It's so complicated, and no one stopped to have fun with it for quite some time. Like, having fun and learning go hand in hand. So I think, yeah. Go ahead.
It turns out valuable conversations happen at the water cooler.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, you know what? I got it right here. Let me just throw this in. This is just today, but I just, I mean, wow. Obviously it's self-promoting and whatnot, but I mean, this is having fun. But you're right. The meme game is actually the real game that's been going on. So thanks to people like I don't know, a lot of cool people that probably got awards on Theo's award show. People like Trash, and whatnot. So anyway, yeah, this is the new norm, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to stay that way. Like, the new people coming in are mostly like from this side, not from the side of how it was before. Like, I think 5 years from now, there's going to be a lot more people like us than, I don't know, the kind of image that the old frameworks were putting out.
Yeah, and it's just learning how to use these things different, and as I said, a shift. So we've got all these elements just kind of colliding together at the right moment for this stuff, and which is really exciting because, as you said, new contributors, a lot of interest, and I mean, this is all the inputs. I'm hoping the outputs are also, something that are equally compelling. So Yeah, like that's why I'm interested to see this stuff today. But let's continue on a bit with how you got actually involved with the project, because you said, like, you were already using tRPC, working on the project, or working on projects that were similar, and then you, I guess at a certain point, yeah, tell me a little bit more, like what was your first contribution? Like how did you get there?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
This is how it happens, right? Like you open an issue and then you open a PR, and suddenly one day you wake up and you're one of the main contributors. I think like that's how it goes for everyone, right?
Yep. Yeah. No, I imagine so. Unless you're the person who did the first thing in the first place, and
Yeah.
that's a slightly different journey. But
Yeah,
yeah,
there's the people who start it. I think there's the people who come in and sort of stick with it, and then of course in open source, like a lot of people also come and go.
yes, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's interesting, right? Because we're building a foundation on volunteers, right? Like that's what we're doing. Like it's like this is a common good kind of thing. People don't make much money doing it generally unless they find themselves in a place where a company is going to hire them to work on open source. The few
Yeah.
lucky people. And then other than that, donations and like this is not a model that really has funding, and it's always hard to sustain. So it's interesting. Our currency is almost interest or mind share, which is is a very interesting place to be. And I mean, this is more of a self-reflection, probably more than anything else. But you need that front of the funnel in terms of like excitement and stuff. And so in a sense, like, I mean, Theo brings that to the project. Like that's where that's why it's so essential. I spend an incredible amount of time doing that myself on my side, which is funny because people are like, aren't you supposed to be working on the new reactivity algorithm or fixing bugs? And it's like, yeah, that too. So yeah,
But also you have a bunch of super talented people who come into your project, and they can also help with that sooner or later.
exactly, right. That's
And
where,
then you become the face of the project to some extent.
right, and that's the powerful thing. You better believe, and I'm again talking Solid for a moment. The next version of the reactivity is not being written by me. It's already happening today. I go in there and tweak some stuff, but there's so many talented people, around these communities, around these kind of more earlier stage technologies and stuff that they have so much capability in them, and they don't even might not even realize that yet. And I'm very stoked on, as I said, the whole T3 community at leveraging that up. I think that you guys do very well. I think another community does really well is Astro. So it's something that's always conscious of that.
Yeah, I think we had it maybe a bit faster than some other communities, but I also think it's like the universal open source story. Like the new React query isn't being written by Tanner.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or
No.
I think it's the same for almost every project that's successful for any number of years. Like if you look at who contributes to React, it's a very different group of people now than it was when React first got started.
Oh, I got a question from the chat. I want your answer. I've answered this before on stream. Any advice how to get started with open source contribution and maintenance?
I would, as somebody who kind of fell into it, I would say use stuff, find problems, and open issues for them, or maybe even try to fix them. I think there's this really unfortunate idea that like you go look for good first issues and then you fix them and you land in open source. I don't really believe in that, because like after that good first issue is closed, what do you do next, right? Like maybe that's good for learning how Git branching works and all that, and I can respect that, but like software is solving problems that either you have or that somebody else has. And like if you hit your head against the wall often enough on a problem, like sooner or later, like you might bounce off of open source a couple of times. That definitely happened to me. But at some point, like if you keep learning, you'll be using a library and you'll find a problem and you'll be able to provide like a full solution. Either you can implement it or you can open the issue. And I think that's really the only way to get in.
Yeah. Yeah. No, exactly. And yeah, that's the thing. I wanted some more takes on this, because as I said, I get asked this question like every week, and it's like on one hand, I feel like there's more that I could be doing to help people on their journey to that, because if you do guide people or give them places that need focus, perhaps,
Yeah.
but honestly, especially with open source, this stuff has to be self-motivated. You have to be there's a problem you got to be solving, like something that means something to you, and it doesn't have to mean a lot. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying like everyone has to be passionate about all that, but there's got to be a direction, because otherwise, if you end up doing something you don't care about, like, you wouldn't do it, and this is on your time and your thing. So like, I appreciate the question, because it is hard from the sense that you're like, I've never done this before. And then it's like, well, it's okay. It's okay if you've never done this before. We're all learning at different stages of different things. It's just build something, come back, build something, come back, and just that's how you're going to help yourself here, because you're going to read some issues. Just get yourself in a place where you join the conversation. Come in Discord. Just get yourself in that place. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And I think like if you're still quite at the start, and like just the idea of forking a repo and then making a change and clicking on the pull request thing is like very scary, then maybe like contributing to one of those things where you put your name in a markdown document is a good thing, because then you get that out of the way, and the next time you can focus on like solving a technological problem. The other thing I'd say is contribute to documentation, hang out in the Discords, like become like, if you have a problem solved, like become the person who can help people with that problem the next time, and write about it. And because like by figuring out how this problem gets solved, like you're also learning about the code, or maybe somebody opens an issue related to it, and then you read the PR that somebody else opened for it, and it gets you into the code base.
And I love the docs comment. I was gonna like use it as a plug to come help us on docs as well. I'm always a week. But seriously, I actually, it's funny. Some people go like, some people think that it's like annoying when someone comes in, and like fixes like spelling errors in stuff, and like to a certain degree,
that's awesome.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's what I'm gonna say. It's if someone's just like, sometimes people might be getting like not agree with some semantic rewording of things, and if that's like the thing, but generally, like if there are like errors, like clear like spelling, commas, whatever, I will merge those all day long, right? Like these kind of things, like there's so many details and things you're juggling to just you helped. Like I remember when Solid hit its 100th commit, and it was one of those ones. And I made a big deal about like, we have 100 contributors to Solid. It was it was a couple of years ago, I think, but whatever. And it was like, people were like, oh, what was the 100th commit? And I was like, oh, someone like added a comma where I was like, the sentence didn't make sense. And it's like,
yeah,
like, awesome. Like, sorry.
Yeah, and like we're always behind on docs, pretty much consistently, both the translations and the actual docs themselves. For example, our docs on how to Dockerize Create T3 app are just constantly behind. So like if you're Dockerizing it, for example, and you run into a problem, like open an issue, maybe figure out the problem, maybe somebody else figures it out, but then you can write the docs for it. Like,
I got an interesting comment. I want to pull this one up here. I do actually want to look at T3 app in a minute, because I think we've actually gotten to the present almost. But they were mentioning that doing OSS and prep for interviews are completely opposite mindsets, in my opinion, and can't have both. It's funny, but this is probably true, seems true, and might be true for some things, but this is a reflection, I feel, of the interview process and less of the reflection on like open source stuff. Because it's funny, when I was hiring people to work on certain types of projects, and it depends on what your zone or space is, open source and their GitHub was like the first place I looked.
Yeah,
because it's funny, and maybe this is more people with like less experience and stuff, but coming out of the boot camps and stuff. But it's like I don't care about your leak code solving. I never ever really cared about it. Like there are people who can solve problems in clever ways, and I think there's like some value in that. But it's like a portfolio. Like I don't know. I do understand that there is this like thing of like, okay, this is how you get the good job. You do this. And maybe I've been incredibly blessed to not have to have gone through that path. But like, I remember we were trying to find people for Marco or something. Again, this is a JavaScript framework. Like, we didn't care if the person was junior in experience. Actually, surprisingly, like it's easier sometimes to hire people on constrained teams with like lower, years of experience. We want to sure. I might test an algorithmic type thing in a test, but if I'm looking at you, I'm way more interested to see like in those type of projects to see like the work you done. And it's not fair for obviously not everyone's going to go to open source and GitHub and do the work, and it's a time suck. But like I think it's actually an equally valuable thing from my perspective.
I think it's one way to distinguish yourself, and I also think it's gonna become more and more relevant. Like I think companies are maybe starting to catch on to the fact that the people who work on the plumbing are probably good people to have on your team.
It makes sense
because
to me.
there's application developers, and that's great, but plumbing developers are equally important, and maybe even more important.
Yep. Yeah. So yeah, there's all different kind of places on this, and it's interesting because we talked about layers before. There's different ways to take this, and I'm hoping. I think we'll see. I'm hoping there's been a shift, at least in the hiring process, the last couple of years. I know people who are on the hiring side or doing the interviews who've definitely shifted their focus and agree on that. But it's like the industry at large. I do understand there's a challenge there. And it's something that's going to probably be a problem for a long time, admittedly.
Well, I can see it from both sides. Like it's enormously difficult to find out if somebody's gonna be a good fit for what you're doing in like what 2 hours, 3 hours. Like
Yep.
how do you do that?
Yeah. There's no guarantees here in software. All right, so we're gonna try and shift gears a little bit here. Where are we doing here? I'm just catching up on Twitch chat, just because I should. Some more. Oh yeah, thank you, Dread Pirate Roberts, for gifting Trash a sub. I know Trash feels like they're left out quite often, especially on the award show. So there you go. If you got a gift sub to my channel, feel special. Sorry. All right, let's catch up.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't reading chat. Hey Fuzzy, what's up?
Yeah. Oh man, no, this is a good topic itself, and this is why again, community-driven project. Community means real people maintaining it, real perspectives, and I believe it shows up in the work that gets done and how it the actual product itself extends out to the community. That's my belief. So I'm super stoked to have you here to kind of help me here, because we've been chatting now for almost like I don't know, almost an hour, which is a little bit longer than I thought we would, but this has been great conversation. So let's keep things rolling. I wanna understand this T3 app thing. Let me switch my screen over here and get us actually kind of started on this. All right. And sorry for the stuttering. That's just me. All right. Okay. So T3 docs. Maybe that's where I should start. Create T3 app. See, I love this. Like 14,000 GitHub stars. Again, vanity metric, but like this project's been around. It used to be hard to get 10,000 stars on GitHub. Like what's up?
And maybe to just quickly bring it back to the getting into the open source conversation, like you can make an awesome landing page for somebody. Like we had a not very good landing page, and then some people just came in and made it really nice.
Yeah, no, the site looks great. It looks, this is what you expect from most, it's professionally done. This is what you expect from most doc sites for most framers to get to. Only the parts I need. So let's see. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. How many of these technologies has Ryan used? I've used TypeScript. And you guys probably seen almost all my Next hours on this stream. So that's it. As you know, I've every time I've worked in React, I've built React projects, but every time I've done the configs and everything from scratch. So I've never used like a create React app or Next or whatever. So this This is like the opposite side of the spectrum for me. So I'm gonna have fun with this. I think I know what these all are high level, but I think it's a different thing to actually see it. Oh, I love got Anthony in here.
Oh god, our Twitter API token is broken again. I think it's 3 Anthony tweets.
Yeah, there you go, Anthony. Redwood. See, this is how he's getting Redwood advertisement on your homepage. So there you go.
They're going to start charging us 30 cents per API hit now, right? So
yeah, what is that?
You better hard code those tweets.
I saw that tweet and I was like, oh, happy birthday to me. Yeah, it's my birthday when they make that change.
Yeah, Theo, I think we should hard code 5 good ones. That seems like a better idea than just having the IDs and paying $1.50 every time our cache is done.
Yeah, no, that's good. Okay, yeah, and then the essentials. I am in the Discord. I have looked at the GitHub and Twitter. You guys have a Twitter? What? Is this just Theo's? Theo. Yeah. Okay. All right, Theo. To be fair, I think it's probably time for the T3 official Twitter account. I don't know. You guys make the decision, but I think the project has already shown that it has legs on its own. I mean, it's I know. This is what I'm getting at. Theo didn't have to actually do any of this. This is the community.
But I think like everybody wins, right? Because we get the backing of somebody who has very large reach, and in turn Theo gets like a project that we work on. Like,
I don't know. I don't know. Do I have to give up my brand? I don't know. No. It's all good. It's just a thought. I also pay some of you sometimes. Oh man, I'm having too much fun with this. This is what I get to do This is what you get to do when you have Theo in the chat and not on the stream. No, this is great. Thank you, Chris. Okay, so yeah, I love this is the focus right here, right? Like you jump in this docs GitHub, but no, this is the CLI.
Yeah, what I'd say is don't jump into the docs. Just run the CLI and see what happens.
That's beautiful. Copy button right there. See that click? It means it copied. All right. So I'm going to open a project here. No, why does it always open X reactivity? You guys aren't supposed to see that yet. Let me just open up with something else.
Your computer also has a terminal that's not the one in VS Code.
Probably. Okay. Yeah. No, I only know VS Code these days. I'm the laziest at. Yeah. I don't need to get into that. How lazy I am. Okay, so where were we? Yes, So I think I can just run that straight in the folder here, right? I don't need. It'll prompt me everything I need to know. I know this because Julius went into Solid Start and was like, "Why does your CLI suck?" And then he fixed some stuff for me. So thank you, Julius.
Yeah, that's actually also been a cool side effect of Create T3 app. Like I think Astro are #1 now in terms of having an awesome CLI, but I think we've also had an effect on other projects upping their CLI.
My T3 app. Okay, you know what? Sure, this will be my T3 app. Can I show it off? I know what happens.
Yeah,
here.
show it off.
Okay. Yeah, honestly, it's funny because I would have probably hit this the first time because a lot of times I don't like learning in TypeScript. I feel like it's an extra level for me. So I probably would have hit this, but I'm too involved close to the community to know what happens. Let's pick JavaScript. Wrong answer, using TypeScript instead. That's beautiful. Yeah. All right, so I'm stuck with TypeScript. Okay, now I get to choose what I want. What do I want here? If I choose a bunch of these, will I get like a pre-made project that we can look at or play with for a moment? Yeah. So let's just choose a bunch of them. Next, sure, I'll take Prism. I don't know about that Tailwind thing. Yeah, whatever. And tRPC. Okay, I'll just choose them all. Okay, let's full stack it. What is cool is that this is a choice. I guess the question I have is, if I don't choose any of these, is it just a Next app? Like, is there anything on top of Next here?
How can I say this politely? I think we make some better choices.
Okay.
They've upped their game in the last month or two, but Like,
Well, I mean,
especially a couple of months ago, like this really was the better create next app if you ran it without any of the other packages.
right. So like, I mean, the first obvious win is you don't let people install JavaScript. It's only TypeScript. That's probably like the obvious one. But I'm seeing something in the chat. People are talking about safe envs. So like better pre-configuration for environment variables, if I'm understanding correctly.
Yeah, we also put stuff into a source folder by default. I think create next app didn't even have that option until not so recently.
Oh, do you guys have the app directory? Sorry.
No, we do not. And I think it's the number one question we get. The thing, like, we have these three things that we believe in, and one of them is bleed responsibly. Like, we want to lead people to a thing that can help them make, I don't know, a good app right now. I think the app directory is going to be really awesome like a couple of months from now. Currently, they don't really have a good story about mutations, and there's a lot of other stuff still that needs to be figured out.
I am completely fucking with you guys. Yeah, no. I agree. And the interesting thing is, I do want to look at the app directory if I have a few minutes after this. Although we're going pretty good here. It's that like. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this all comes together or how stuff changes when the app directory comes in. Because like I have my own theories, which maybe I'll talk about later. But this is Next today to the max. So like we're gonna like take the idea is we've taken a Next project and we've added the pieces you need optionally. But even then, we just set you off with better defaults generally. That's what we got here.
Yeah, I mean, one way I'd pitch Create T3 app is that it's a good way to start an app today.
Okay. Yeah,
We're
what
not
was it?
really so concerned with what's going on in like a year from now.
See, this in knit.tips. It's funny. I went to this site about I want to say like when I did my first Next stream because I had no clue about how to do Next at all, and I was like, I'm going to learn Next today and see what it's all about. I've done Remix, I've done Spellkit, I've done all these other guys. Honestly, I've never looked at Next. I'm going to just try it. And then Theo jumps in the chat and he's like, this is the best way to start Next. And he sends his website out. And I was like, okay, cool. So I go in and I do it and I run the command and everything works good. And I'm like, okay, sweet. So now I know what I'm doing. And then I went to go do like another stream on Next later. I think it was the Next 13 thing. And I was like, oh, I remember that init.tips thing. So I went there. And I went to go to, and there's like Create T3 app, and I'm like, oh, I see what happened here. But to be fair, this is consistent, right? This is the best way to start an application today, right? That's what's consistent about this site. So let's see what's going on here. Okay, just a little aside. All right, geez, we just keep on having more people coming in onto the stream. I got to check Twitch here just to make sure that I like didn't miss any subs or anything. And I think if I'm right, I'm supposed to tell the like 60 or 70 people on YouTube that they're supposed to hit the like button or something. Apparently there's way more people on Twitch though, so you know.
Yeah, like, subscribe. What's the other one? The bell?
Yeah, actually I don't even know what. Yeah, honestly. Yeah, like, was it follow? Like, subscribe? No, subscribe and follow the same thing. I don't even know. Comment? Like, subscribe, comment?
Show it to a friend.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. I'll take that as the answer. Smash the button, yeah. Sorry, this I'm not good at the self-promotion thing. I apologize. I'm not made to be a streamer necessarily. All right, okay. So, where are we? Let's click enter. Initialize a new Git repository. Yeah. Will this try and connect? What does this do? Okay, yes.
It just makes a repo and stages everything that's in the initial app.
Okay, interesting you guys make this a choice because I've seen a lot of repos that do this automatically. My stuff doesn't, but okay, yeah, I like it.
And then this, because you used npm to start the CLI, we suggest npm here. You can also do like a pnpm create T3 app or pnpm dlx.
I missed out. I'm already here.
You can, if you want to use pnpm, you can say no here and then go in and do it yourself.
Yeah, we'll do it ourselves. Okay. CD install.
And so,
okay.
Yeah, we give you a couple of next steps here.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Oh, what? Oh, come on. Oh, man. Well, it's fine. We're not going to worry about the Git thing. honestly, I've like every time my Mac does an update, like Xcode just like decides to be like,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
terrible.
what happened? You're a developer? I forgot about that in the last couple minutes. Yeah, okay, we're not going to worry about that. Okay, this sounds good. So what I'm actually going to do instead is open a new window and open my T3 app. Because as I said, I use my VS Code as a terminal always. So now we'll open here. Okay, I'll trust the authors. Okay, I'll trust you, right? All right, and then we're going to pm install. All right. And now we get to download all of Next. I will say this, that is, Next is definitely a thing. Okay, cool. And then we will do npx prisma db push. I don't know what the pnpm command for that is, but it's fine. I'll just do that one. All right, what does this do? What does this? I've never used Prisma before, so you're going to tell me what this does.
So in your Prisma folder, you have a schema file.
Okay.
And somewhere you also have now, a database.sqlite file.
Okay, this is like...
And so, you're pushing the schema to the database, basically.
Got you. So SQLite has some format where it actually stores its data or does its thing because it's like a localized thing. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't even know if I've used SQLite. Usually, I just have like some Postgres instance running in the background of my machine. But yeah, okay, cool. So this is all set up for me. Like I don't need to do anything else, at least for local dev here. I have a SQL flavored database for dev already, just with that. Can I see the schema? What is it? Okay, so this is
Prisma has its own language for schema. And actually, this is making me think maybe we should suggest the Prisma VS Code add-on because you don't have syntax highlighting right now.
Yeah. Let's do that. Where's extensions? Prisma. Yeah. I'm. Is this it? Add syntax most popular 64. I told you I've never used this. So. Okay, sweet. Is this VS Code make me restart anymore? No, I think it's smarter now. Oh, beautiful. There we go.
Nice.
See, again, talking about laziness, this is the default dark theme for VS Code. You're not going to find anything fancy. I haven't configured my terminal. I'm not using Vim. I think I've used VI before or Nano or something. Honestly, I don't even know what any of that stuff is. This is my fault. I literally went from Notepad+ to Sublime to VS Code. Straight line. I've never done anything else. I could care less about all the stuff that developers care about. All right.
So what we ship with here is mostly just the schema for your authentication.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I got it. There's a user and then verification token, session. Okay, this looks all good. Account. Yeah, so yeah, we're going to keep the session in here. Works for me. All right. Yeah. Okay, this all makes sense. And then, okay, so we have m variable. Ta-da. NextAuth is sending it back to ourselves, I guess, for local development and some Discord stuff. Okay, cool. Okay, we'll see what that's about in a minute. Okay, so what was the other command just before I forget it? Was it did I miss something? Oh, just run dev.
The last one, pnpm dev.
Okay, we can close Solid now. We can. So, I don't even like it. Okay, sorry. Gonna drink my tea here for a second. All right. Wow. Yeah. Jeez.
And you should have an app running on localhost 3000 that has everything working except Auth.
Beautiful. Okay, so, yeah, nice. I noticed the shared branding aesthetic. That's very nice. And
so this hello from tRPC is actually an API response from tRPC. We can take a look at how that works in a second.
Cool.
But what I like the most about this is that you have the first steps thing there, and this kind of tells you how to get your database and your auth set up. So you actually could get even to this point without having a database running.
Nice. Yeah. So we're just showing a page. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to see there's a fallback in the UI on the page response. It's a server rendered page that we're sending back, and okay. Next entry point and some serialized next data for page props and whatnot. Okay, yeah. So just a next step. Okay, yeah, just poking around. Okay, cool. Let's continue. Okay, so that's cool. So yeah, the tRPC part is independent of the auth part because it just depends on how you want to wire it up. Okay, so where to go next? Do you think?
I'd say go on the first steps thing and maybe get auth set up.
Okay, sorry. Where was the first steps thing?
Here, it's one of those two, I don't know, boxes.
Okay, and this will take me now. See, this takes me to the docs. Smart. Okay.
Yeah, so we have the full docs, but we also have just this page for like how to get running with the minimum amount of stuff.
Got you. Okay. So we did this, and then authentication. Oh. Actually, sorry. I need 2 seconds. I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
Oh, hey, what's up, Dev? To the person asking if Cal started with the T3 CLI, I don't think so. I think they were around before we got started. Let's see, what else is there here? Non-trivial T3 apps in production. Yes, check cal.com. It's all on GitHub. Netflix is using it for dashboards. There's a couple more. Is NextAuth still a maintainer? Yes. He has high school exams right now.
Sorry about that. Answer some questions in the chat. I appreciate that, Chris. Yeah, no, it's crazy. You mentioned the Nexel high school exams right now. Yeah. There's some incredibly talented young people working on this project and actually working in open source projects as well. The creator create JD app, our kind of T3 thing in SolidWAN, it's also created by high school students. So it's amazing. And when I was talking about the people working on the next version of Solid's reactivity, one of the key guys, I don't know if anyone read his article, Milo, he's first year university now. He just started college. Incredible work being done by young people in this space. It's crazy.
Yeah, Brandon's asking, do we do good first issues? I do them occasionally when I find one where like I'd be happy to walk someone through the solution, because I think like you shouldn't open a good first issue if you're not willing to help somebody solve it, if that makes sense. Because like good first issue, like for who? Often, like I think people, I don't know, put like CSS stuff as good first issues, or I don't know.
No, that's a really good point. Yeah, no, that's an interesting point. I think sometimes when I hit a docs thing, I might suggest it, but it depends on the type of thing, because even when you do docs, you have to know something. Yeah, your experience comes in all different forms. I guess that tag is probably less useful than people realize.
Yeah, I mean, I opened one, I think this week or maybe last week, and it was closed by a first-time contributor. I think first-time contributor in general, not just to us, who found it on Twitter. But yeah, I only do it when I'd feel comfortable like getting somebody on a Discord call and walking them through it.
Yeah. So, yeah, no, the great question. Okay, so sorry about that slight distraction for a minute. It's actually kind of crazy when I think about it. Like how many streams I do for like 5 hours straight and never take a break. Yeah. Anyway. It was to the point it was a joke. I had to go get a UPS package, and everyone was just like, yeah, sometimes it happens, I'm lucky. I live in live in a house and whatnot, and I don't have to worry about my fire alarm or fire testing happening. In the middle of my streams, at the worst possible times. So, sorry, another shout out to Theo. Awesome. Anyway, let's look at these docs for a second here. So we have database. I guess so we should set up authentication, I guess, first. I kind of also want to look at the code, but let's do this kind of setup stuff first to make sure we have a working app, and then we'll look at how it works and what's going on. Okay, so NextAuth, we use Discord provider. This one is simplest. NextAuth offers. Interesting. I haven't used this before either. So it's kind of like a OAuth, like they verify your identity. So it's kind of like a OAuth type thing. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and Discord is really the simplest one. Like GitHub has token expiry. Google makes you do a bunch of stuff on their website before you can do it. And Discord is the least amount of steps of any of them by far.
Okay. So go to the Discord developer portal here and click new application. Let me just see here. Okay. New application. Once you navigate settings, OAuth general. Okay. So I don't know how much of this I should be putting on stream, but we'll just call it my T3 app, because I can name this. This doesn't have to be unique across the world. This just has to be mine, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to create that. And then, okay, here's a bunch of public keys that are probably not supposed to be, I don't know, whatever. We'll worry about it later.
So you don't need these, actually. What you need is the ones in OAuth 2 on the left. Yeah.
Is there anything I should be worried about from a security standpoint? People maybe, hide soon.
Yeah, don't leak the private key, maybe.
Okay. Good call.
I don't know what the damage is that somebody can do on, if they have your private key and you're running the app in localhost, but
it's fine. I clicked on the OAuth 2 thing and I see some stuff. It's fine. So I'm gonna copy the client ID, or is it the client ID that I copy?
Yeah, you need the ID, you need the secret, and then the sixth bullet point is you need to paste something back into the Discord OAuth page.
The funny thing is, I'm also going to be, okay, copy the client ID and add it to your Discord client ID. Okay, so that's not a tricky part. So I can just add that to my end file in my project. Let me go here. So that one is this one. There's probably no way I'm going to do this without the secret coming out. Whatever. Click reset secret. Yes, do it. Oh, wow. Okay, this is fun. Sorry, I need to pull up my two-factor authentication.
Oh, you have to.
Give me a second here while I open my authenticator app.
Actually, I'll use this as a time to go grab another water.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, people do need to take a break when on stream. Okay, so all right. Okay, now I get to copy this, and then what we're going to do is we're going to stick this in our M file here, and then we'll never open the N file ever again on the stream. No, honestly, I gotta switch screens here. I'm being overly safe. I usually wouldn't care about this, but apparently there's over 300 viewers watching the stream, which is a lot for me. It's at least 15 or 20% over my highest viewership before. So let's do that. Okay, sweet. Now we never open the M file again. Okay, we're back. All right. Beautiful. Watch it show up in the terminal or something. I'm sure. All right. There we go. Okay. So now we can close this down. I think, what does it say? Secret, add redirect type, and type in, click add redirect. Okay. There we go. Right. We need the other part of the thing here. So I'm going to copy this over. Sorry, I can't show this part on screen. I probably could, but whatever. And then for the production deployment, follow the previous steps and add another application. This time is replaced. Okay, beautiful. Save changes. Beautiful. Set NextAuth secret. Oh, I have to open the M file again.
So this actually works without the secret, I believe, in development. It just adds one on its own.
Okay. Yeah, I'll trust you because I don't want to open the M file again. Okay. Okay. Let's try logging in. All right. It's funny, as I said, I'm interested because if people don't know, Solid Start supports NextAuth. Like we actually have SolidAuth. We're the third, I believe, after Next and then after SvelteKit. So we do have a solution here, and it's part of our version of this. I just haven't used any of this stuff yet. So okay.
I think what's really awesome about like NextAuth and all the Tanstack stuff and a bunch of other packages going framework agnostic is that like 5 years or I don't know, 1 year, 2 years from now, maybe like using this with Solid, using this with React, like this stack is going to be almost the same.
Yeah, no.
And still at that point, you can just switch to Solid and save like 100 kilobytes of JavaScript.
Yeah. And we're already actually starting to see a little bit of that because even in some places, I mean, maybe not something like the Auth library, but like even Tanstack and stuff, we're doing some really cool things with Solid Query, which makes it like almost, which is the Tanstack, which makes it feel almost native, like with like our server functions and stuff. You can basically have like Tanstack libraries just querying the databases directly and stuff. Like a lot of really cool ways of using these agnostic libraries on the primitives when you build with that in mind. So yeah, anyway, that's for another stream. Okay, so good. You should be able to log in. Okay, so if I go to my app now and click sign in with Discord.
Please work.
I will authorize. Yeah, this is typical authorize. Have an existential crisis. All right. Thank you, Discord, for your sense of humor. Yeah. Okay. Logged in is right.
Logged
Solid.
in.
You can now see this secret message. It looks very secret. No. Okay. Awesome. Okay. So let me see. First steps. Next steps. This will include random examples. Queries work. Okay. These are very informative steps. It's like I almost don't even need Chris here. let's take a look.
Well, I think like that's what we've done because not everybody has like another person there when they're getting started on it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I can just be like, the day before stream, I don't have a content. Please help me, and I can have someone show me how to create T3 app works, but not everyone has that benefit. So thank you, Chris, so much for being here, by the way. I've been wanting to look at this, and it's becoming more and more, as I said, something of relevance. Yeah, and I love what you guys do. We did this in the Marco as well, where we highlight the contributors on each page. I'm gathering, so then if I go to a different page, it might be, some of the same people, obviously, but yeah, no, this is this great little touch to really emphasize the work the community can do here.
Yeah, and this is so awesome. Like I was the person who wrote the first version of this page, but so many people went in and improved it. I'm not even on the list of faces anymore.
Are you the one additional contributor? All right. Yeah, no, that's awesome, isn't it? Just to see how things grow. All right. So let's continue with our application here. Okay. Not opening the M file. Okay. Other than that, let me look at this. There's a bunch of config files that I think are probably pretty common in a lot of things.
We try to stay as unopinionated as possible with this stuff. Like we believe that the Prettier plugin is pretty much like
the
Tailwind one. Like you can't use Tailwind without having your classes sorted. But we try to, for example, like not enforce so much on Prettier, not enforce. Like we enforce a reasonable amount of ESLint stuff, but we kind of want people to have their own opinions on a lot of these things.
No, that's great. And to be fair, Prettier already kind of like does guide things with the defaults pretty far anyway. So like, yeah, I think this is the right level. Next config, I never actually looked at this in a Next project before. Anything special here? React
So
strict mode.
the internationalization is just because otherwise I think you don't get the language attribute on your outer HTML tag,
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Okay.
if I remember correctly.
Yeah. So, okay. But then we got our source folder, public folder. Okay. Yeah. And this is basically our pages directory where we have our typical Next app server. We have an API folder, routers. Okay. This is a little different here because I'm a pages API. I think I'm more familiar with. What am I looking at? And then I have utils API, and then I have global styles. Okay. So, yeah, now it's time for us to figure out what's going on here in the code. So I could start at the root of the app. Where's this, the root of the app in the next app? Yeah, what's the root of the app? Head, main. This is the main.
I guess like you could either start with the like real root of what gets mounted, but actually I think an interesting way to do it would be to start from this hello query and like look at your dev tool, see where it goes, and then chase it around the code base kind of.
Right. Okay. So yeah, as you mentioned, there's this hello from tRPC right from the beginning, and it gets consumed. I'm gathering somewhere down here. If the hello has data, show it. Otherwise, show loading query. So when we're server rendering initially, yeah, I keep synchronous server rendering. Obviously, this is like. I think it's only that's crazy. I sometimes forget that they only added async stuff around like app directory time. Like I've been using like async and streaming stuff for like 4 years now. It's just okay. Yes. So synchronous call.
And so you can actually configure tRPC to SSR everything by default. We have that off because we don't believe that that sort of thing is like the strength of Create T3 app.
Right.
Like,
Right.
our strength is highly interactive, and maybe you SSR stuff when you need it.
Yeah, and I will point out that I guess it is an interesting trade-off, right? Because like on one hand, you wait for it, which gives you longer first paint times. And I'm not gonna lie, I was like dicing up frameworks that did that, like even with client-side rendering. On the other hand, you don't get to start the fetch until you're in the client. So there's a trade-off, but I'm not going to, that's not where we're here today. I just want to understand mechanically what's happening. So tRPC does have a like wait for data option, do all the fetching up front, then render the page option for the synchronous rendering. Good to know.
It has one way to sort of just globally say SSR everything. And then it also has a couple of different ways where it can get server-side props from Next.js. You can make SSR or SSG happen.
Okay. All right. So, but this makes sense to me. This is like, use query here. Like this makes me think of your typical query client type thing. What do we got here? So it's like, oh, interesting. Are we just fulfilling it with this text, or are we calling it with this text? I guess we're calling it with this text.
So actually, one thing you could do is just make a hello to query and like see how, because like this is one of the kind of things that's really nice to show off is the autocomplete that you get on your API from the front end.
Yeah. I'm just right now. I don't know where any of this is coming from. API examples. Am I looking for? Sorry, just this is me who doesn't. Can I? Okay. Where am I now? I am in root. Server API root. App router, create tRPC router. Example. So we have nested routers, understanding this correctly. And this router is going to be our server-side handling of the routes. So example router is coming from routers example. So kind of nested structure. And then,
And this is all fully arbitrary, of course.
So and it is literally another router call. This is like ducks all the way down. Create router, create router.
You could do it all in one big router. You can go 100 deep.
Right. Okay. So then example router, create tRPC, hello, public procedure, something defined by tRPC. Okay. So this is actually actual tRPC. This is like another thing here.
This is kind of the nasty file where we hide all of the tRPC boilerplate.
Okay, cool. So there's a slight wrapper on this, and auth. people appreciate that kind of helper. But the thing that I was looking at was public. Oh, is this because of auth reasons? Like, is public procedure saying like, hey, this is available without auth? Is that?
Yes, I think if you go to the very bottom of this file, you can see where the public and private procedures are defined.
T procedure.
So this is literally just the basic tRPC procedure, and then we have the next thing you see is a middleware, like a tRPC middleware.
Okay, that's cool. So tRPC has its own middleware. Does Next have its own middleware as well? Like
Next has in the page start create has middleware, but it's global, and just in general the Next.js API in the old or in the current pages directory could be better. That's kind of I think why tRPC really became so compelling.
Right. Okay. That makes sense to me. Like we all have like middleware built into our meta frameworks, but it is generally global. It's just a request handler. What's cool is it gives you the power to like literally just sidetrack a whole bunch of other crap. But okay, this is like you're defining an API here. So you're like, for these routes, give me this middleware. Okay. Next, and this is okay. So this is Next, like in the old Recres Next thing. I've built plenty of
like Express style. You have request response and a next function.
Right. So in this case,
here you also have context, which is like stuff that every procedure has, basically.
Right. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense to me. Okay. So we go through here. If the person's not logged in, we throw our error. tRPC defines its own error type, or is this something that we defined?
No, this comes from tRPC.
Beautiful. Okay. And then otherwise we pass ourselves along and we say, hey, this is the session user. So basically extend user onto the session, and yeah, we're good to go. Okay. And then protected procedure is just a procedure that uses this middleware.
Yeah.
Very readable. Love it. Okay. All right. Yeah. This boilerplate is not scary at all.
I think it's not scary if you're you.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Okay. It's fine. You do. Okay.
And it's way better than it was before. We revised all of this, I think, like a month ago, somewhere around that, with all of these comments and naming things a bit clearer.
Yeah. No. Yeah. This is all really great. I'm glad to see this, and it's cool that you put in the project. So sometimes like this kind of stuff will end up in that's an interesting point. Like there's the CLI, but does T3 have like a import something from T3? Like there's no T3 package, is there?
No. You run the CLI, you get some files, and from then on out, it's your app.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's cool and makes sense. As I said, like, yeah. Okay. Okay. It helps actually position where it sits in the world of things, because obviously I always talk about how minimal solid start is, but like we still have an import from start just because we do, but it's not actually that many things. Like literally you can import from the router directly, you can do meta directly, you could do everything except those server actions, really. That's interesting. Anyways, it's just something I'm thinking about. I like this though, because if you keep to that policy, it means that the stuff you do add is like this util thing. Like it's like in user space. You're like, it puts a pressure on you to kind of keep it simplistic and understandable. But on the other hand, it's just like, here it is. You can take it away. Like it's very obvious what's there. There's always that kind of choice.
Yeah, and this is why I'm still not sure if we're a meta framework or a meta framework or just a tool that spits out some files. Like I still don't know what to call this thing, and I think maybe it's many different things to many different people.
Okay, but I'm following good. Okay, so yeah, public procedure, protected procedure. Ooh, secret message. Okay, got you. Okay, and then we are returning JSON. It looks like here generally.
We're returning something. It looks like JSON here. It's actually JSON RPC. So
okay,
the structure is a bit different.
What I'm getting at is like, does tRPC? I guess there's probably ways to worry about like headers and like response objects and any of that kind of stuff, or.
Yeah, you can do all of that. And if you're using it with, I don't know, Fastify or Express or on Edge workers, then you need to start caring about that. Okay. But the way we have it set up here, you basically just write functions that return stuff.
Okay, cool. So then that makes sense. Okay, so starting with hello, input, text, zstring. Okay, this is Zod.
Yeah.
I've never used Zod either. That wasn't on your guys' list, but...
Zod is the best, I think. Either Zod or tRPC. I don't know which one's the better library, but
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Zod is a little bit more general applicable. Like we do have some tRPC starters on the solid side, but a lot of times people can just forego tRPC. But Zod is still always ominously present. Like you know what I mean. Like if you have a server function and you're talking both ends, like you need Zod, especially if you're doing crazy stuff like form validation, which is like has the worst. Like you can't. It's TypeScript's not going to help you with form validation. I realize Zod is real validation versus like suggested validation. But what like compiler time suggested validation. But what I'm getting at is like the types don't even help you. You have to like literally aliasing. Zod is your savior from that perspective. So okay, so procedure, take the input, pass in a Zod schema. I'm gathering that is, which is saying this is an object with text that contains a string. I don't need to understand Zod to understand what this is doing. Then my query at some point gets that input, and then I can use that input to return. Yeah, I mean, this seems very simple. I can change this message. Can I to uppercase? I mean, let I just. Ooh, see now we're in caps.
very daunting.
We're serious here. Okay, cool. Okay, and then let's keep on going. Okay, so an actual can we figure out where this is being used? Where is this get all? Because this is the server side. There's like an equivalent client side piece or no where are we?
I think get all is currently not being used on the client. We're thinking about adding like a CRUD thing where you can click a thing and it makes little objects or posts or.
Okay, so the client side thing is actually rather simplistic. This is just a create thing. This is like create the tRPC client Next API handler. Like this isn't like the server has all the config. The client's just like make me a client, and then once you have the client, then when you're in here or whatever, you're just like get me that client or something. Like where's API? Utils API. Okay, yeah. Get me create tRPC next. Okay, interesting. What is okay? Okay, so this is from tRPC client gets created there, then it gets exported as API. This makes sense to me. There's some links. Interesting. This reminds me of Urkel, I want to say. I guess Apollo, or is it Apollo that has the links? But
yeah, it's quite similar to that.
Yeah, maybe it's Apollo that I'm thinking of. So then you have something to add logger for logging, something for batching. Does this mean that multiple tRPC requests like that happen in the same tick will like all get sent at the same time and put together?
Yes, they get batched, and most of the time you want that. There's also a regular HTTP link that you can use if you don't want to batch, but I think the use cases for that are fairly rare.
Well, other tRPC queries, there you go. Okay, that's what we were talking about earlier. Okay. But transformer, super JSON, cool. I got you there. So that's how you handle serialization. And then, and then we just get our API. And then, which means I don't know what this is doing, but I understand at least what this is doing. So
maybe you can figure it out if you go back to the web browser and you open the network tab and you refresh the page and you see where this hello query goes.
All right, and let's show XHR. All right, hello and get secret. So we got them both here. And what do we got here? This is batch one input. Interesting. Batch one. Okay, so they're both batch one. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what we're doing here. So then we get our results. So, I mean, the URL itself is basically just the path of the object thing, right?
Yeah,
we're
even before that, the /API/tRPC. So Next has file-based routing.
Right. Oh, okay, got you. Okay, so
you're looking at pages, API, tRPC.
So this creates the handler for that, which takes our instance that we already defined. Okay. Okay, interesting. So this is actually server side.
Yeah, this takes the request from like the Next.js API and basically like puts it into tRPC land. So because tRPC works in like Next.js, in Fastify, I think there's adapters for pretty much every big node framework now.
Yeah.
And they all deal with requests and responses a bit differently. So this is like the glue that lets you use tRPC the same way wherever you're using it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, no, that is great. Okay. So then we got this. We got wired in. So that's easy. Yeah, this is just setting up an API endpoint. That makes sense. It's funny because I'm like this isn't. I'm also not that familiar with Next, so it's like I'm kind of taking on multiple of these things at the same time. But this is making sense so far. So then the client side is just that utils API thing here, which basically looks like it creates something almost like a proxy, essentially.
That's actually exactly what it does.
Yeah. So, this was my original approach before we went compiler based on server functions. I was doing everything like this, like when I first introduced Solid Start, like I guess two and a half years ago. But then like Nikki was like, "Oh, we can just compile it." But if you're a general solution, just compiling it is kind of a bit more magic than it's worth, perhaps. So let's see here. So yeah, API.example. So then you're traveling through, and it's like get the example, get tell. What's lovely about this approach is on the server side, you can kind of like know where the function is just because it's all defined. But on the client side, you don't actually have to link anything. This is literally just a string builder, essentially, right? Like it builds the query string. So
and you get autocomplete on it, and it's super fun.
Yeah, because the TypeScript thing, because you're actually using the path instead of using strings, you can actually see this because text2 doesn't exist here. Yeah, and neither does number 7.
Yeah, exactly. This is like the tRPC demo where like people get it, why it's amazing.
Yeah. So yeah, and from my perspective, I can see this too. I need to play with Zod in a solid start example so I can like see like just how clear, like how much that adds. But this part is a good way to get something global back into a local scope without co-locating. So I like this because you are defining a global API in a sense. I mean, you can protection and middleware, but then from this client, you can literally you can get your path simply by just walking along it, and you know what exists because of auto completion in TypeScript. You know the types thing, what the types are, and it just works. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just HTTP requests at the end of the day, but for the person using it, it becomes really nice.
Cool. Okay. So let's look at this. So we got head. Okay. So then, yeah, this is very simple. I see what happens. Server renders does this. Client hydrates. Client does fetch, gets the data. When it gets the data, this updates. Good to go. We see our greeting message. And yeah, it's interesting because the client is actually sending this input. So yeah, it's funny because when you control both sides, you're kind of like, it's a game you play. But yeah, this could be specific to the route, right? We could be like sending back something like based on the route ID or whatever, like what user you're on or what post you're looking at. Send them back through, use query, load it, do it. Okay. I want to look at the auth. I think is probably where I want to go next. I think unless there's anything else tRPC ish that we should do, I kind of get it.
Yeah, like as an app developer, there's not that much to get started on tRPC, and that's what's so awesome about it. That like you don't need to know how CORS works, and you don't need to know like what DNS is, and
you don't need to. Yeah, and for the most part, you don't really have to worry about the URL. I love the obscuring the URL. I mean, honestly, this is why I like RPC stuff. I think it's interesting because like, this is a good model in general. Just like kind of unify it. I've been playing around with that file based. Like I have this idea in my head that like file based stuff is good for gets and less good for posts because like essentially like you see this in GraphQL, right? You have this tree and you're like getting the graph and you're getting like the pieces you need, and then when you want to do a mutation, now you're basically back at RPC level. So the thing is, for the most part, our gets in building web page are this. Like, they are the content of our page. As a mutation pattern, I love RPC from this standpoint because it kind of, like, there is that kind of split. I mean, I'm getting kind of into my zone of evaluating the whole solution space, but I like this. Okay.
Yeah, and I think you see one, like, if we have time to get to Prisma and to maybe creating something in the database and then getting that onto the page, like the sort of patterns for invalidating data and stuff like that are also really nice with tRPC.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I guess here's my question here, because I always thought tRPC got used with, like, React Query or something.
Yes, it uses React Query under the hood.
Lovely. Interesting. So
everything you have in React Query, like the use query and use mutation are their hooks, but for example, with the query function removed because tRPC sticks that in. And you have, like, in React, I think it's called use query client. tRPC is the same as use context. So you have, like, invalidation and refetching, but you have it as objects with autocomplete.
yeah, this is what I wanted to see, because the client stuff, like these, like, middlewares that are kind of out of the box, these links, like, or whatever, I know they're not quite the same, the middleware we saw earlier or whatever. Like, these come from the client. This comes from Next specifically. So these are React bindings. So you don't need to use React to benefit. Like, basically the Next bindings have Tanstack or React Query built in, but tRPC itself doesn't necessarily need to do that, right? If I'm understanding this right. This is, like, part of the React bindings.
Yeah, one other thing we could do is look inside of the underscore app.tsx, and there's a with tRPC in there. API.with tRPC, if you command click into that, and I think there's an underscore with tRPC inside of the with tRPC function, which I think is in that file.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you go into that with tRPC, and then you can see, like, the providers that wraps your app in.
Did I go the right way?
I think so.
Yeah. Use get client, get query client. Okay.
I think if you go down a little bit further, you can see, like, the React components. Yeah, here, tRPC provider and query client provider.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah, we're digging into the thing, but it's part of the tRPC Next thing. So it's, like, part of the specific bindings. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. So tRPC itself is even a little bit lower level than what we're dealing with here, but from, like, I live in React land perspective, you never have to worry about that. Okay, it's good to know. So so they just wrap the API. Interesting choice. It does, or with the next thing, it does make it easier to use, but it also okay, that is interesting. Okay, where was I? Back to my example. Yeah, so this is basically. Is there any other arguments here? Options. What are my options?
Yeah, so if you add an object here, just see what you have.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was trying to get at, but I mean, I don't. Yeah, I mean, what is this? Ops2 use tRPC example. It's in text, or is this just more arguments? Ops. Anyways, it's fine. I'm not going to worry too much about it. I was just trying to figure out how much of the client they actually expose, but I don't. This will suffice for what I'm doing right here.
Yeah, so tRPC exposes basically every part of React Query that makes sense to expose, like, in the sense that it's not replaced by something that tRPC itself does.
Got you. Okay, that makes sense. That's awesome. Okay, so can we talk Auth? How does the Auth work? Because essentially we got here and it says Auth showcase. Auth showcase is down here, and use session is coming from NextAuth, and this is pulling out our session data, which is what we wrote to earlier when we were looking at our or actually it was what we were checking earlier when we were doing our middleware for protected routes. But
yes, I think in this situation, it's going to make an API call. You can also get it server side and pass it down to the client, and then you have it while you're SSRing or something.
Right. And okay, sorry, I just got to look a little further. Enable. This is React Query coming out of the hood right here. The enable.
Yeah.
See, get ahead of myself. Yeah. So it's only enabled if not equal to undefined. So there's no input for this one, and then gets a secret message, Session data. Yeah, so it's like if you're logged in, like, so we're not even going to try and make this request unless we know you're logged in the client. And then
Yeah, and you could make the request, but it would just return unauthorized.
exactly. So we're just going to skip that because we know that much. We're using NextAuth. And then if there's session data, then put it in and show our secret message. Otherwise, we are not there. Yeah, so this is just a couple inline things. Oh, yeah, and the sign out and sign in toggle. Yeah, I guess you don't really have to think about this too much, right? Because you're just like, you can always just check like session.user, and that's as much as the person consuming it really needs to worry about. You can protect a route or protect a section of your UI by just doing that. And sign in and sign out are provided by NextAuth. So again, not something you're really worrying about here. Okay.
Yeah, and NextAuth has other fancy stuff, like you can make your own login page. You can override basically any of the functions that NextAuth has, but like the basic way to use it is you can get the session on the client, you can get it on the server, and you can log in, you can log out. You don't really need to worry about it. That's what's nice about it.
That is really nice. Okay, so I see. I'm pretty stoked. We just got the NextAuth integration kind of going, so I'm looking forward to seeing how that kind of fits into stuff. This what I like about this example is really simple. Like we're not talking about like protected like UI routes, which starts affecting the structure of your page. We're just talking about like here's the mechanism. Like you can check this. Obviously, when you start building up bigger apps, you're going to like section off and be like, this part is behind the protection, this part isn't, or different types of authentication checks that you need to do against this user based on what their admin permissions are or whatnot. Okay.
Yeah, what I like about this is people don't remember how difficult Auth used to be.
Yeah, you're talking to someone who wrote their own OAuth 2 server. Yeah, I was working in education, and the privacy was like a concern, and we also were building like kind of like a social app kind of thing too. We're doing photo sharing, so yeah, like instead of just like sign in with Facebook or whatever, we had to have like we had to own the identities, at least initially. So like literally created our own OAuth provider. So yeah, I mean obviously there's other things like OIDC client and like other kind of auth clients out here, but this looks like, especially when you get to the point where you're like NextAuth React, or you're like getting into like the almost framework level specific hooks, they can leverage that in ways that are probably much simpler to get started with. Because yeah, this is nothing. Like all I needed to do was set a couple environment variables, which I'd have to do anyways, right? So
yeah.
Okay, cool. So yeah, sorry, let's go back here for a second. Not there. Here. This is the last piece of this that I haven't actually looked at here. That's why I was asking you about get all, because this is string, this is string, and then this is actually what looks like a database query. So
yes,
what I understand, I've used ORMs before. I know what find many is, and I'm gathering this is the table that I'm finding many from. And Prisma. How did Prisma get on the context object anyways in the first place? Just out of curiosity.
Let's go and find out.
Yeah. Because
if you go back into the tRPC.ts file, that's 2 files down from the one you've got open.
Yeah.
We create the context in there somewhere.
Okay.
I think it's a bit further up.
Okay. Prisma. Yeah. Okay. Create inner tRPC context. And then Prisma is just Prisma, which imports from dbts. Okay. Here we go. Import our env variables. It's fun. I was highlighting it, so anyways, doesn't matter. So like for a second flickered all the env variables. And then basically, yeah, okay, set up, configure our Prisma client based on NodeM. This is the level of logging, clearly. This looks similar to other SQL things I've used before. And then global for Prisma.
This is basically so that you don't open like a million database connections in dev.
Gotcha. Yeah, makes sense. I've done that before. especially trying to run local serverless functions. Like I think I was using serverless framework or something. You're like each one tries to keep itself. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. And then yeah. Okay. So Prisma client doesn't take much configuration. Yeah. All these tools are really like out of the box. Like, oh yeah, like this just works. Like this. Yeah. And the fact that you wired the environment variables and everything for people, so they didn't have to like worry about like setting up the M stuff in the first place, knowing that it's good pattern. Like this just removes that kind of headache. Like I've done that before. Like I've been in that case where like you start and you like hard code your values and then you get to like you get to M variables and like and then you probably did the M variables wrong the first time and someone commits it to the GitHub repo and anyways yeah.
And this stuff is like, maybe we're not a meta framework. Maybe we're just like a way to set up all this stuff that would be really annoying to set up every time you have to initialize an app.
Yeah,
that's also kind of another perspective on what Create T3 app is, because like it took us a while to get to this point, and we've had a lot of awesome people come in. Like Daniel Rowe gave us ESM support. There's a lot of awesome people from the community came and like improved this step by step to the point where I think it'd be difficult to roll this like to this quality yourself in a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, no, and we said 170 contributors already. Yeah. I do like projects like this from a contributing standpoint. One thing I found is like even Solid Start, it's so much easier to get contributors in it than it is for Solid Core. Because Solid Core is like, are you a genius on reactivity? Do you understand how like performance like thing? Solid Start's like that much easier to get into. I have to imagine that like on a certain level, like you can like know an area or learn an area really specifically here and be able to contribute because of the wider range. Like it's like I've done some stuff with Prisma. You can do this a little bit better here, or I've learned like how this is great.
Yeah, exactly. And for example, this auth query that we had in the index file, like for the longest time, we were actually just firing it all the time and getting 400s back.
Right.
And then someone set up that it doesn't fire if you don't have a session, because why would it fire?
Right. Yeah, no, exactly. Like this kind of consideration and this is cool. Let's how are we doing on time? Oh man, it's getting really close to when like where are you joining us from again, Chris? It's pretty late.
I'm in Austria, so it's 11, but I can go for a while.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want it to keep you too long though. Let's see here. I'm trying to think of what other questions I want to answer. Actually, we should take a second and see how the chat's doing, because I've been ignoring them for like half an hour. How are you all there? Are you the chat alive? You guys still alive in the chat? Yeah,
I could read it and scroll up.
Yeah, how
why
are we doing
was Prisma chosen? Because it's awesome in terms of getting all your types out of the database. Basically, type safety. That's the nicest thing it has, and I guess like the APIs are quite nice. Downsides are it's kind of big. It does kind of disgusting stuff to your node modules. It doesn't have the fastest cold starts. But yeah, like DX basically is why we chose Prisma. If you want this, like a similar thing but faster, look at Keysly, which is like a query builder that's also quite type safe.
Yeah, and just looking through here, gotta thank you Juraj98 for a tier 1 sub, and the type safety is the big thing, right? Like I've used plenty of ORMs. I think that's almost like has to be the baseline now when you're doing it. But people forget that was not a thing. Like people would actually almost be like, depending on their like GraphQL level, or some kind of manual like type generation mechanism in their projects to get the types. That's huge to see that like this just like I don't know how Prisma does its types, but I'm not concerned with it because it's not affecting me at all. Like it just works.
What's the one thing I wish people understood better about T3 as a whole? I don't know as a whole, but the biggest like source of, I don't know, I don't want to say misguided questions, but like misunderstanding is people ask questions about tRPC when they're actually asking questions about React Query.
Interesting. Yeah. How do you separate that? Like, because they wrapped it, so
Yeah,
it's
yeah, so it's quite difficult, and I think like tRPC has such a big API surface that like they don't want to replicate the entire React Query docs. Yeah, that's actually like one of the biggest things where I think we need to think about how to communicate that, because it just happens over and over, and like it makes sense why people ask it that way. Because if you use tRPC, like, yeah, you're importing like React Query in your package.json, but like when you're using it, you don't, like, if you're using it the first time, you don't know like where React Query begins.
yeah.
So
No, sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, I just want to say, like, I think that's like the biggest thing that people struggle with currently, and that where I'm not sure like how we can communicate it better. Is there a migration path from create React app to T3? Not really. Copy paste your components into a Next.js app. And if you're already using React Query for data fetching and you have, I don't know, like an Express or Fastify API, then like both those and tRPC are mostly just functions, so you can get by on copy pasting a lot.
That makes sense. Yeah, I guess the thing that we haven't talked about, and maybe I'm probably not going to be able to get into it in like time to kind of build it all out, but maybe we can pull up the docs and just kind of look at it for a second. Is what is the mutation story around like tRPC? The Prisma part's obvious to me. You just call the database, do an update or set or whatever. But like, what? Let me just pull the docs or switch screen views here. Like, if I go to like, I guess that's an interesting thing. How is it like trying to write docs where a lot of the pieces are actually like other libraries and choosing how much to do? Because if I go to tRPC here, there's link to like some guides.
That's a conversation we have a lot. Like, we don't want to duplicate the docs of the libraries we use, but at the same time, there's kind of a couple of questions that sort of relate to how we integrate stuff, I would say. And that's kind of where we try to add our own things.
Right. Yeah. Tanstack React. This is talking about the fact that it's React Query and how that kind of fits into that use query. But yeah. Okay. Yeah. How does it work? This is your video. I haven't watched it yet because I didn't want to like ruin the surprise.
So it doesn't actually talk about mutations. All this video is following a query from the HTTP request like to the backend and all the way back.
Gotcha. Yeah, just kind of. Okay, so should I go over to the tRPC docs quickly and kind of see what's going on?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Mm-hmm. But I guess the interesting thing is there's like the Tanstack part and the Tanstack query part and the tRPC part are kind of like butting up against each other, I guess, a little. I mean, the optimistic updates would be handled by Tanstack because they have a mechanism with their cache. But yeah, okay. Actually, I see a mutation right here, right? Here we go. Yeah. API post create use mutation. And then okay, so this is React Query right here. On mutate, new post, post list, cancel. So this is how it handles it on the client side to know how to update the cache.
Yeah, this is how the invalidation, all that works.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So I've done this before on errored, on settled. So this all makes, and then it does it calls invalidate, and I'm gathering this is all just, that's interesting because this is how should I put it? This is like Tanstack query, right? Handling it, but and this invalidates Tanstack's query saying do the request again. Does tRPC have to be aware of this that much, or is it just really concerned on the server, I wonder?
Not really. So like tRPC knows what the input and the output of your queries is. It doesn't know like what actually happens in the query. So you could call your query create and then not create anything and just pass back an object, or you basically just have an API handler in the backend that knows its inputs and outputs.
Yeah, it's interesting. This is the most interesting part to me because like this path syntax is
Yeah.
still carrying on into here. I think that's where the magic is because the cache is still path based essentially. Like this context is the API context for our joint query tRPC, provider that they wrap. Their context control it. You can use the same paths you use to find your queries or to set your mutations to basically also invalidate the cache, it looks like, or get data from the cache. Like the cache reads follow the same pattern. This is really cool, actually.
Yeah, so Tanstack Query, like if you use it well, you're also going to use like an array of string keys.
Yeah.
So you get kind of a similar experience, but without the autocomplete. Although they also have like the query key factory and all that stuff. But yeah, like having this object syntax just lets you go really fast because you don't need to think about where your things are.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Yeah, because I mean, I've used that. I've played with the keys. This actually just like you find it naturally, and in a lot of sense, Tanstack router is like this. So this is kind of it's interesting to see like you need multiple pieces to put together to actually be able to accomplish this. Each piece by itself has to be generic enough to handle different scenarios, but once you put a couple pieces together, you have the ability to kind of like utilize both parts. I'm starting to understand better why they chose to build this in. This is the reason. Like I'm seeing it right now.
Yeah, and this is the big difference between tRPC version 9 and version 10. That basically before they were using syntax that's a bit closer to what Tanstack does.
Right.
But you still had autocomplete on strings, but it was strings.
Yeah.
And now this switch to the object syntax. I didn't know how I felt about it at first because it makes it like more different from what Tanstack does, and so there's like a drift in how the two APIs work. But I think once you start using it, like it becomes very clear that it was worth it.
Yeah, no, this is cool. And I have to admit, I've always liked path-based stuff. This is my thing. I was really into. I don't know if you ever saw. They use strings, but like Falcor from Netflix, which was like their GraphQL thing that was like very path-based and like stuff. I always thought that was really cool. And actually, solid set store API. It's again using strings, but the whole idea of the proxies and the paths. I actually this is something I like because then you're like not juggling with keys. This is something I want to think about more. I'm glad we took a moment to look at this because this is very much kind of ergonomic things that are interesting to me. That's cool. Yeah, okay. That tells me personally enough about mutation. I'm not sure if it tells everybody who's watching the stream enough about the mutation, but I get it from here. This is mostly like Tanstack Query, like managing the mutation state in the cache.
Yeah.
But it's utilizing the path-based APIs, proxy ones that tRPC uses as a way to kind of shortcut this, making it into a very I don't know what to call it, like cursor-based type API where you're like tracing through these values to kind of like string builder pattern kind of thing in the background. But again, it's not actually trying to build one string. I can see what's going on here, and it makes sense to me. So if it doesn't make sense to you in the chat, then ask a question now. Here's your chance.
Someone in chat is asking if we have a guide on how to add Prisma and NextAuth to an existing app. We don't. Like once you run the CLI, it's kind of your app. But what I would recommend is initialize another app that has Prisma and Auth, and like rip stuff from the new app to your existing one until it works. That's also like a really good learning experience.
Cool. Yeah, no, that's awesome. And I think, yeah, I mean, we could talk about that for a moment, actually. Because I'm just thinking here, this is about like the CRA thing, and it's been a hot topic recently, and it came up a few minutes ago, but it's the same kind of thing as when you built with CRA, you used to have to eject or use some really weird apps that tried to patch it that never worked properly. It was funny because I don't know if you knew this. We have like Solid Start uses like create solid or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
if you go back to the 0 point versions, like 0.0 versions, I didn't even give it a minor release. You know, I was talking about how I'm like, I follow Semver, but in the sense that I'm like in no rush. I took a patch version like 0.0x into the hundreds on our Create Solid thing, because it was a fork of Create React app that I had made in Solid, and I changed some stuff but tried to keep it mostly the same. But then and then what I realized really quickly was all those tools that were made to like specifically hack CRA was all like version locking. Like basically they never worked properly, and I was like, man, this is just like the worst possible thing. And if you're going to eject anyway, you don't want to inject to whatever. Like, you see those webpack configs, it's nightmarish. So it's funny. I never even made it like you could. If you see any Solid packages out there, just anyone in chat, who's using Solid, and I created them originally, look at the number of zeros. If it is 0.0.x thing, I have zero confidence in this thing. So maybe look for a different library. If it's 0x, like a minor release, it's probably pretty good. I'm just too chicken to pull 1.0 on it. And if it's 1.0, I or in that side, I back it, and I think it's like you should be using it, like, because I vetted it myself probably for like way too many years. So that's my scale. But yeah, sorry, it was just an aside. I was just thinking about how awkward it is because that's the thing. There's this balance. Once you eject, it's your responsibility. And I think it's interesting that newer tools are like, no, we're going to kind of like start you ejected first, but don't worry. Like the reason there was even that whole eject mech in Create React app is, in theory, you installed the new version, you got everything the new version brought with you. As long as you didn't eject, you basically were always up to date with the latest and the best. But you couldn't do anything with it. And I mean, literally couldn't do anything with it. Like if you want to do something different with processing CSS, sorry. Like it's interesting to see kind of like on this side of things where it's like, yeah, like what happens if you don't choose the right pre-config, or what happens when new libraries get added to the T3 stack? I don't know. It's something you've thought about at all.
Yeah, it's a debate we've had a lot, and we've played around with code mods and stuff like that. But it's a really difficult thing to build well. For tRPC specifically, Sachin, who's one of the greatest geniuses I've ever seen, built like a code mod to go from version 9 to version 10. But other than that, we kind of settled on on this principle of you initialize and then it's your app. So like we take care of gluing all the stuff together for you, but then you're fully responsible for your app. And like it's a very conscious decision that we made, because I think if we went the other way, like we wouldn't be doing it that well. So we'd rather be good at this than like not that good at the other thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I respect that a lot. I think that's a pragmatic choice, and it's just like the reality of things. Like at a certain point, your app is your app, and you're letting people get started in a really great way, like really amazing way, where things are just out of the box, so simple. As I said, this is what I kind of wanted to see, because like I haven't looked too deeply at Create JD app yet, or the Solid equivalent or whatever. I just wanted to get it. Like you mentioned, that it takes a lot of effort to get, to get Create T3 app where it is today, and and this is true. Like these kind of finesse. On the positive, for people who follow in your footsteps, it'll be that much easier for them to do it. But there's still a lot of like learning from this. So to see this kind of where it sits and where it's mature, one of the coolest things about this that I think you mentioned earlier on is like, because of the choice of technologies and stuff, this is a mature solution. This is not like bleeding edge. I live on bleeding edge. This is not that. This is like every piece is dependable. Every piece is ergonomic to use. Every piece makes sense, frankly, if I wanted to say it.
Yeah, and I think like we've kind of chosen what we want to be and what we don't want to be. So, like for example, at the conference that shall not be named, like Daniel Rowe gave this talk about Nux, and he showed like all the on.js stuff, and you can add these modules, and it's so awesome. And like I came home and I thought, right, we need this. But then like I played around a bit and I thought about it, and like, no, maybe like we're good where we are. And the same thing is like the performance story. like maybe we don't need to be like our baseline performance is always going to be marginally worse than vanilla Next.js
Right.
because that's what we use, which is like it's fairly heavy.
Right.
But I think for many of the things that we're being used for, like that's very okay. Like on the one hand, like with real apps, it's like long session, heavily interactive, like I don't know, Theo's app Ping, like you're sending 1080p video back. So like what's 200 kilobytes of JavaScript? Or Netflix is using tRPC for dashboards. Like, they're being used by 10 people. Like again, like bundle size is not the biggest consideration. And then if you look at it from the education angle, like we're getting people from like having like done the React and Express courses on Free Code Camp to like shipping an app and like not getting demotivated because they can't get their auth set up. And again, in that case, like, yeah, Kent had this talk where he said like DX is really good now, so we can focus on UX again. And it's like DX is really good if you can't see dots and like you're a genius and you know how all of this stuff works and you can build anything. DX can still get better for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And so, like that's what we're interested in pushing.
Yeah, no, and it does. Like that's the thing. These things never actually stop. To be fair, like it's interesting because you see this cycle, but the thing is every time the UX thing pushes forward, for it to actually push forward, I always find this kind of interesting from my perspective. The innovation for when UX moves forward is actually when you've got it to an acceptable level of DX, because before you get it to an acceptable level of developer experience, like you can always go vanilla JS it. Like you can build anything, like, and it could be way faster.
It's all just JavaScript in the end, right?
The unlock is always an actual DX thing. It's when you go, I think I've got this to a place where this is actually usable. Like that's when it happens. This is why when you talk about stuff, on the technology, it's kind of like when new technology comes out and like. Because it usually starts at a place where like people like watch, Star Trek: The Next Generation. See, I'm really going to date myself here. And they saw those like Picard or whatever walking around with his like touchscreen tablet. And they're like, man, I need one of those. I need a touchscreen tablet. And then what ends up happening is, a decade later, the Newton or Microsoft or someone ships something and they're like, look, we kind of got the technology, like we think it's good enough, like we have a pen, and you can tap on it and
nobody cares about it, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like it wasn't quite where it needed to be to fulfill the vision. But like if you think about it, like from a mechanical standpoint, they like maybe it was close enough. Like you could see why they take the gamble, because you like, are you too early or are you too late? You kind of go like, I think we're kind of there. But yeah, it took the innovation of capacitive touchscreens where the usage experience, and the stuff that came out of Apple around 2005, 2006 kind of time period for it to actually get to where it needed to be. So what I'm getting at is like almost all technology and even stuff on the innovation on the front end is kind of like that. Like we will see the indicators early on of the capability of what will happen later. We will have a really ugly way of doing it, but it doesn't really like become interesting until we can figure out how to make it like actually consumable, and sometimes that takes years. That's why like if you're kind of aware of that side of things, very little ends up surprising you, funny enough. Anyway,
yeah, and I don't think we're going to be around forever. Like the best thing that could happen is that like a couple of years from now, like the ecosystem in, I don't know, Solid or in some other framework that really improves performance like grows, and that like the things we do here, and like I think Create JD app is already doing this at some point, but yeah, that like the ecosystem gets to the point where like it doesn't make sense to use Create T3 app anymore, because you can get the exact same DX but like higher performance.
Yeah. So talking about the future, and I'm giving PS people in the chat. I'm giving, this is your last chance to start getting more questions in for Chris. I'm gonna talk a bit here, and then we'll do the last little question thing here. Have you guys like? It's crazy thing about this is it's being so community driven, being so like kind of, set up in such a way that like almost decentralized in a sense. Like there's like core group, that does this. And have you guys thought about like roadmaps or the future, like has this conversation come in? Because like you kind of like you start building this thing and you're just like, wow, people are using this, and then suddenly like at a certain point you kind of succeed. And I feel this project has actually succeeded, and especially considering the short period of time. Have those conversations happened? Have you had thoughts?
Yeah, we talk about it a bit, especially like I think we're fairly tied to Next.js. Like that's just how it is. And I think like if somebody wants to make the same thing on a different framework and they already have, then like that's going to be the way forward there. And they'll eat us instead of like us transitioning to doing what they're doing. But yeah, like we take it like as it comes, because like our goal is to be a good way to create like a sound app with a good DX now. And so, for example, with like the Next.js app directory, like we're playing with stuff, but we're only going to switch to it when we think that like this is the correct thing to recommend at this exact moment. And the same with everything else. Like,
right, which means it actually might actually be a little while, to be fair, because
yeah,
like,
exactly.
There's actually a lot to figure out on that side. We haven't even seen the stuff and let alone vet it, really, right? Like,
yeah, like the full story isn't even there yet, and the parts of the story that are there, like I think it's really awesome, and I hope it succeeds. But it's not what I would recommend most people to build an app with today. And so like that's the perspective that we look at it from. Like we're all, I think, like framework nerds, and we like playing with the newest stuff. But what would you recommend to somebody who's building an app today? I think like that's the question we think about.
that makes a lot of sense to me. What do we got here? I'm just looking and see if we have a couple of questions here.
Sure.
Before metaframes, everyone had to basically roll their own, which is not much work, adding nice things. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I actually, when I saw this thing about accessibility, I was like thinking, I was, and someone was asking about like where, do you guys talk about what if there's like other possible add-ons or features? Because you already mentioned like switching the meta framework, because someone else was asking, plans to make it swappable is kind of outside of the range of what you like. And I agree with this full-heartedly, because honestly, so people don't realize how different these things are and how much extra cost you take to being agnostic. It can be worth it in some cases if that's your plan, but that's not what the plan here is. This is not this is like Theo's diagram for how to choose a framework. Like it's like there's a couple decisions, direct it. This is not like we like support, like it'd be compromising to support everything, in my opinion. But yeah,
we're never going to go framework agnostic. Like if Next dies, then we'll die with it, and that's okay.
but
Like,
in terms of
we're not married
features,
to this project.
Right.
In terms of features, we think about it, we discuss it, but at the same time, like we have Auth, we have a database, we have an API, we have CSS. Like we kind of have like the core package. So any additional modular thing we add like increases the cost of maintaining it more than linear, I would say. Like it becomes exponential at some point.
Yeah,
because you need to consider like every combination of everything.
Right. Yeah, which is an interesting challenge, because I remember when Theo had the guy from Redwood on his stream. I have to say I really enjoyed him, kind of grilling him a little bit, because to be fair, I'm very much more on the like open-ended side. So like making those decisions for me and he's like, well, how do you choose what goes in the framework? And he's like, do you have a metric? Do you have like a thing? And like you could tell like it wasn't the most comfortable line of questioning. But something that did occur to me while I was watching that was, at a certain point, any of these technology choices will deprecate, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely.
So like there is an interesting question that if Prisma stops being the de facto way, I like you know what I mean? Like where does that fit into thinking, or we're just not worried about that yet?
We've only been around for like 8 months now, so I think JavaScript land moves fast, but not that fast. I could see us switching something out at some point. That's my take on it. We'll have like we still need to discuss this a bit. Like, is the T3 stack these exact libraries, or is the T3 stack what Theo or the Create T3 app team or whoever like wants to recommend for starting an app, right? Like, for now those overlap, but it might not forever. And Yeah,
Yeah.
it's still in the future, and I think I don't fully know that yet.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fair, and definitely asking the hard question there, just because it's the kind of thing that I consider about. But yeah, let's see. Do we have any more questions in chat before we let Chris go to bed? It's getting on close to midnight in his time.
Making another thing, I'm making the framework selectable. I think people don't understand how different the different frameworks are. Like the UX maybe of Solid and React is fairly similar, but they're very different.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
JD app is great. Yes, it is. What's the process to add new features to T3? Come into our Discord channel or open an issue. Like none of us have ever met each other, and like new people are joining the project all the time.
And actually, to your guys' credit, you talked about being a new project, but you kind of already weathered the migration from tRPC 9 to tRPC 10, if you think about it. So, like,
Yeah.
there's some proof on the approach of like, because that, to be fair, that wasn't a new package, but that change, from my understanding, was almost as big as if it had been a new package.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of true, and it did make it kind of like it left people who initialized with tRPC version 9 in kind of a rough spot. It was mitigated a lot by Sachin's amazing code mod, but even then, like it really comes back to that thing, like you initialize and then it's your app, and I think we're never gonna go away from that because like it just becomes so much harder to manage the project at this point and to make it a good experience for people.
Yeah.
Do we have a service worker offline story planned for T3? No, and the reason is that what this is kind of the stuff that we use in every app or in almost every app. tRPC has an awesome service worker story, and you can check that out. But I think like we want to keep it fairly general all the time.
That's fair.
Let's see, I'll scroll back to the bottom here. Yeah, if you want to use the Next.js app directory, use the Next.js app directory. We're not going to be offering that for a while.
Yeah, no, and yeah, we did it kind of already answer that question. To be fair, I know it's a funny thing. If we keep the chat going long enough, they're just going to start asking the same questions again. No, that's good. I thank you all for the work you guys have been doing on T3. I have Chris here today, but I also want to give a shout out to Nexel, Julius, and whoever else has been involved in the project. I think it's amazing. Thank you, Chris, for joining me today. I've learned a lot. I've got a few more things I get to look into possibly in the future, which always excites me. Do you have any last shout outs or whatever you want to throw out there?
Yeah, just shout outs to the entire T3 team. Shout outs to everybody who's working on all the libraries that we use. So Balash from NextAuth, the whole Prisma team, like everybody who works on Next, everybody who works on tRPC. And yeah, I think that's kind of all I have. Shout outs to all the contributors and to everybody who's a part of it.
Awesome. Yeah, this is great stuff. We're going to continue on the stream after we let Chris go, but thank you for joining us, Chris. Until next time, hopefully it won't be too long.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah,
see you.
Catch you later. All right, that was awesome, eh? There was some concern that we're not digging into the technical guts, kind of a little different from the stream, but I think this is a whole other aspect you have to consider when taking these kind of projects to the next level. What it actually looks like, where these pieces fit, like how to actually build on it. And yeah, I didn't talk about Tailwind at all. I'm sorry. It's so funny. Like if you go on Twitter and it's like 1 week it's Tailwind, next week it's TypeScript return types. I honestly don't care about this, but maybe that's because I'm too far removed from like the issues that matter, But I can see. Canadian, yes, yeah, I am Canadian. I'm from Vancouver, BC. Yeah, it still comes out a little bit. It's so funny. There's like a scale of Canadianism. Like the East Coast is definitely more Canadian, like in that sense. West Coast not as strong, but it's still there. And even generationally, my parents are definitely like more A, so to speak. Yeah, Tailwind's just not special, right? Tailwind is styling. Yeah, pretty much. And I think the key part about this, and I think you guys can all see this and why I want to focus on it, is community driven, like completely, which is you'd think is pretty common in open source. But the funny thing is, meta frameworks have kind of become all about like companies getting built around them and stuff. Like that's the story, right? It's the money in it, and like how do you profit off it? Because it's funny, the core libraries usually do start with an individual. They start with someone like myself or Greg, creator of Leptos, But then when you start building out like bigger pieces, it becomes a lot harder for one person. And if the community gets a certain critical mass, you can do that and kind of take that on. Stuff like with SvelteKit, to a certain degree, what we're doing with Solid Start. But like generally speaking, where you see a lot of this interest comes in, again, practical application, companies wanting to build something on it. And historically, there's been, VCs, Gatsby, like all, Next, like this kind of thing backing the meta framework side because of the type of effort it is. And it's nice. I understand Next is really the reason why this is all possible, but it's nice to see community driven thing. And when we talk about education, we talked all about like the VEET, use that instead of CRA controversy last week. Like when you kind of put this in the scheme of things, like this is kind of a really nice story about how to get started. I think in general, the higher up the stack you go, the more opinionated you go, the harder it is to weather change. I think I like that what we've seen here is being able to take a more piecewise approach. Things are swappable. This is smart. You should build your apps like this, and this just sets you up that way. Ultimately, for the future of the project, it's a more interesting question of whether that kind of dynamicism can keep up, or if we're really starting to see the beginning of a new phenomenon where you have these starter templates being more involved, being more meta framework, as I called it, and we see create T3 app, create JD app, create whatever, S4 app. I honestly don't know, but it's an interesting idea because all the layers are important, especially because if you're getting early on and having those decisions made for you is probably pretty critical. Did you miss anything good? I mean, I learned about tRPC and I learned about a bit about the bridge there, but mostly we learned about a story about education and being pragmatic. So I think it was a really great chat with Chris. I enjoyed that thoroughly. Especially earlier, a big tech company where tech was critical to make it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's the other thing too, right? Like how much sway do the big companies have in terms of standardization and whatnot? We live in a kind of world where we kind of take that for granted, There are real people and businesses and livelihoods and all this kind of tied in. It's kind of nice that like what has been built, it's not always perfect. It can be messy at times, but yeah. Yes, this is a green screen. But this is literally my office though. Like if you took down the green screen, it'd be like the same thing. It's out of date though. Like you see my Grogu in the background here. I needed. I've got a few more Lego sets that I could add. Great S3 app. Yeah, not to be confused with the Amazon service. You guys are just baiting him now. All right. No, last stream I already showed you my Dungeons and Dragons background. But yeah, I'd have to like move the green screen and stuff. I'm not going to do that. But I mean, why you guys want to see what it looks like when it's green? Sure, I can do that. I think I can do that. I actually don't. No, I actually don't have it set up as a preset. I can probably just hide the room. It's me and OBS. No, see now it's black. That's no fun. It's because I have the filter on. Watch me OBS it. See, this is more fun. Why don't we just hang out in here? You guys want to hang out in here? we should just hang out in my brick oven. I don't know. I use this when I do D&D, but yeah, I don't. This week in my dungeon. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I told the story actually last stream of the stream before. I was actually Theo has I forget what the terminology is, but he has special cameras that do that effect where like the foreground's really clean and you can see, and then the background slightly blurs. And I was just like, okay, I don't know how to do that. I'm not gonna like buy something. I'm just gonna use my. So I literally took a photo that I tried to get at a decent aspect ratio. You're not seeing it as nicely right now because what's happened is I got rid of my old chair, which sucks, and my new chair hasn't arrived yet. So I'm like using like a bad chair right now, and I kind of stepped to a decent aspect ratio to take the photo, and then, or not aspect ratio, like point of view perspective, and then I ran it through like a cheap online blur filter, and then made that my background. Yeah, yeah, aperture. Yeah, that's the term I was looking for. Yeah, it's just a nice lens. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, whatever. It's not as good. People could tell when I'm like full screen right now, obviously. Like this clearly rippling the edge of the microphone or whatever. Yeah, but I told you that, yeah. In the sense that I said I was lazy. That I guess that's not being lazy, but you know, whatever. This is quality streaming secrets here. Yes, yeah. This is actually my office. To be fair, like this is like that's my Grogu. If you look in my background. Oh man, yeah. So, and you can see some router stuff in the background. You know, this is my network attached storage device and NAS and back there as well. Yeah, yeah. All right. Enough fun with that. Actually, before we do this week in JavaScript, actually, I wanna look at Next.js some more and the app directory. People seem to be interested in the app directory. There's something I'm curious about with server components, and I want to understand it better because I've been theorizing. I've been telling everyone how server components work, but I've never actually confirmed it. I'm just like, if I was designing this is what I would do. That's like a terrible way to do things, right? Like, be like, yeah, I'm gonna assume it works like this, and then pretend like it's fact. So, yeah, let's actually look at something real here and prove that I'm not a liar, or if I am a liar. The biggest thing I have to remember, I got to open my terminal here, which is called VS Code. Maybe I'll do it in this one. Let's go down. Okay, so if I go up enough, I'm probably create next app at latest TS experimental app. Done. There we go. Next app, next test, whatever. Okay. Would you like to use ESLint? No. Would you like to use the source directory? No. Sure. Okay. Wow. It's such a contrast compared to just using create T3 app just now. Don't you think? Anyways, that's not... All right. Yeah, exactly. I'm supposed to like get like a nice like floating solid logo thing that looks like I'm like at a press conference where like, you know, you've got like this wall background and like it was made just for solid. I think David actually made something, but I was like, I just like couldn't stomach it. I was like, I want it to look ghetto instead. Sorry, I don't even like using the term ghetto. I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't know why I said that. Are server components a core part of React.js or just Next.js? They're actually React core, and this distinction is becoming less and less obvious to people because, like, you need some pieces to make it work, which means you basically need Next.js. So this line of what's React and what's Next.js is becoming harder and harder to talk about. And actually, oh man, I wanted to look this up before we went on this stream today, but let me see. I don't think I bookmarked it, which is sad. Did I Yo, this is the tweet that supports this. Here we go. We'll talk about it more a little later, but This might be subjective, but the one thing I like about Next 13 app directory is how it gets rid of a whole bunch of nextisms. Yeah, it's still raw and it's still metaphorically IO7 phase, but it feels refreshing. Like who's supplanting who? But Dan Abramov is basically saying that the app directory makes Next less Next and more React. I don't know. I mean, this is a topic to itself. We can talk about that later. But isn't that perfect? Yeah, and there's so much to dig in on this, and when we talk about the This Week in JavaScript, we're going to go there. But let's actually make something here for a second that's not this. Okay. So where we are, next test app. So let's look at our Next 13 app. I'm going to open it in here. Why not? So what are we? Pages, development, next test. Beautiful. We made Hacker News into RSCs a few streams ago, so we are not unfamiliar with the app directory, but I got some questions here about server components because I don't want to be just full of it basically and pretending like I know how this stuff works when I don't. And the thing that I hit some really awkward stuff working on Solid Solution, and I realized that there is a difference. Like, I guess the question a lot of people might have is, what's the difference between islands and server components in the first place? Oh yeah, catch you later, Greg. Thanks for joining today. Well, does Solid have equivalent of RFC component level data fetching that is kind of production ready? No. It's on an experimental branch. We do have something. We have, other than React, I think we're the only ones who've actually gone this direction yet. We actually have, but I would say the React team is still, their version's not ready. Ours is even less ready. So people are going to use it because play around with it because it's really cool. Like the difference of the Solid and React version is like, you notice the difference because it's like suddenly your app's like as small as an Astro app and works like a single page app. It's just like, but I wouldn't say it's any more ready than the React version is. And this is why I want to look at this today, because I started going on this path where I'm just like, okay, yeah, this is how I'm going to solve it. And then I'm like, wait, what are they doing in React? We should know, right? We should figure this out. So let's figure out what they're doing in React. Question: would you say that nesting and data sharing is the main difference to islands and RFCs? No, actually, and this is where I wanted to get here. The nesting. Well, I guess the nesting is only. Yeah, okay, fine. I'll give you something on the nesting because yes, you do need to. You can only really nest when you're doing partial page swaps out, and the data sharing is actually almost, the funny thing is the data sharing part is actually almost identical between islands and not. Like it doesn't have to work the way Solid's island solution actually does context sharing. So like technically speaking, that part is not like, obviously Astro lets you put any island in, so like that makes it tricky because different frameworks aren't going to be compatible. But the data sharing part doesn't actually have to be different. I think that part's actually the same. I think what's actually different is that islands are only really concerned with the first render, and in a sense, React server components probably work that way in the first render. But actually, let's find out. This is actually where something I wanted to check out. You would think this, right? They're the different ends of the spectrum, don't really compete. I think Astro and the rest of the side of the apps. But the funny thing is, Next is encroaching with this. Like, you can tell with the tweets and their kind of aggression from Vercel towards Astro. Astro's like, we're fine, we're over here. But Next is like, no, we want to own this too. And I think that's like the difference here. Astro's like clearly like we have our zone, but server components is like potentially a solution that covers the Astro use case as well. So that's why they're interested. So, okay, let me think here. What do I want to show? I want to figure out how context works. Really. is the first thing, because I want to understand something. Maybe should I Excalidraw it first so we can understand what I'm talking about? Let's Excalidraw for a second. Okay? Move over here. Because what I'm wondering is this. Okay, I've got an app, right? And I've got a component tree. So somewhere up here, I've got... So let's pretend my app has... Let's bold line it, square corner it. Okay. Like, let's pretend I have a nested layout, okay? So a section 1, and for my purposes, I'm only going to add a section 2, okay? Nested layout section 2, right? And, I mean, the nesting probably isn't even that important for this visualization, but what I'm getting at is I want to put something like here, like, I'm going to put our counter provider. It's going to be like a counter. Of course, I'm going to do the counter. I'm going to put it here. And then I have in here counter consumer. And I know no one, it's fine. Let's just use counter, okay? You guys know what I mean. Now, when I initially render the page on the server, this is gonna work fine, right? Because you're gonna render the counter provider. And let's assume that there's server components in between this. So this is a client component. This is inside a client component. So, my counter client component, okay, that has use counter. And then I render the page. So it's all fine. We initialize the counter provider. Let's do something like value equals 1. And then I put in my counter on the page. And then I click the counter like a dozen times, okay? I click it like 50 times. So now this value is 50, okay? Up here. So we've updated this. This is now 50, okay? Now I navigate and I draw a counter on a new page. But if I server rendered this counter, how does it know the value of 50 here? Do you understand the problem? Like, even if I server rendered the whole freaking page again and just serve this back, I'm still going to get a value of 1 on my counter. I'm not going to get a value of 50. I'm hoping I'm making this clear. Like, this state only exists in the browser. And I think this is... Like, if you're writing an island or an MPA, like, you don't care. You're just going to rerun that page. There's no expectation that this persists. But if you're doing something with server components, there is an expectation that this persists. So how do we do this? Because despite popular belief, React server components are stateless. Generally speaking, like, they're not like a live view or something. So it's like there's no knowledge. We do another request. This is value 1 again. Like they're not. I don't think they're going to serialize all this stuff down, right? So let's build it. Okay. Let's build it. Let's make a. I don't know if this is proper etiquette, but I'm going to make a components folder and let's build it. Okay, new file. Counter context, let's call it .tsx. I'm going to import create context. Not from, what the hell's VM? From React. And const context. Or, I don't know, it doesn't really matter. It's counter, I'm terrible. Counter context equals create context. And we're going to make this an object that has count 0. Or did I make it 1 in my example? It doesn't matter. And then, actually, for the default, we'll make it 0. And then we'll just put like an increment here that we'll have to do. And then what we're going to do is we're going to export function. And I'm sorry about my TypeScript. I don't care enough about it to figure this out. Let's make this counter context and oh yeah, it's the same thing. Was it counter provider? Provider. Okay. You have some props. That's lovely. And we return counter context.provider value equals something that we'll do in a minute. And then we pass props children to it, whatever. Format, document, okay. And then we probably need to have count, set count equals Xstate. And we'll start that one at 1 for my example. And then what are we going to do here? I'm just going to inline it because I'm lazy. We're going to make count. Like, don't use context this way in React. It's funny. In Solid, if you use context this way, you'll be like rewarded for it because it'll be like fine-grained. If you're like animating something in React, you're going to do a lot of really unnecessary work if you use context this way. This is not what you want to be doing. And then we can go, what was it? Set count equals count plus 1, okay? Something like this. Counter provider. Hopefully I'm not completely off base. Okay. And then what else do we need? I'm just lazy. So let's go export function, use counter. And then we're going to return use context counter context, okay? Yay, okay. Simple provider, whatever thing. TypeScript's complaining at me, we don't care. And then I'm gonna make our counter component, okay? Oh, you're right. Before I forget, we're missing something here. Thank you, use client. We wanna make sure we do that on both of these to mark that it is a client component in our new world. Okay. And this one I'm going to export default function counter. And it's just going to do something like const. Actually, count increment equals, what is it? Use counter, and then what do we want? Fragment or something where we show the count. I'm actually gonna make it a div for now, just because it removes some other ambiguity that I don't like dealing with sometimes. Increment. And then on click equals increment. Okay. I think we're good, right? Repeat after me, yes. But this will hopefully help us understand something. So let's first get this working and then we'll figure out what to do here. So if we go into our, app directory on our page, which is our specific page. Actually, okay, layout is where our app starts. Injects body children. Page is a page with a bunch of crap in it that I don't care about. Let's just remove all of this. All right. And then let's put a counter component. Oh no, I guess, yeah, let's go counter provider. Do I want to do it here? Actually, I want to do it in separate files. So I'm going to put counter component here. Okay. What? Okay, good. All of this goes away. Okay. That's funny. Why did I call it counter component? I'm like being really like. Okay. So, then, okay, return counter, and then I'm going to put the provider, because I want there to be, do I want there to be a gap? Like, it doesn't really matter. Let's go back up to our layout and assume that the counter provider goes here. Counter provider. There isn't really anything in between these two components, admittedly, except the, yeah, I don't, maybe the way the router works, actually, that this is actually wrapping, yeah, doesn't really matter. The outlet. Okay, so, am I installed yet? Okay. How do we start a project? Is it dev? Yeah, okay. No, dev. Okay, so yeah. All right. So this, let's make sure this all looks right. Okay, let's go back to our 3000. Success. I mean, this does not look nice, but the counter is updating. Maybe I can do everyone a favor and like make it a little bit larger. There's some interesting styling going on in this page. Let's H1 it. But we have working context in a React Server component world, I think. Let's double check that. But is there some style global CSS? I don't know what you're doing, but it's okay. Thank you. Okay, bang. Okay, we have a working counter, and can I prove that this is server components? That's an interesting thing. Well, I mean, we can look at the output of when the page loads, what the response looks like. Like, what does this look like? Like, we see our server rendered stuff. You know what? We're gonna play the console log game. So let's go in here and say, let's console log. Obviously, in caps, this shout provider. Counter, and then we need something probably on the page itself. Let's call it home because it's called home. You see with HMR, home's the only one that did it. So it's okay. Let's start this over again. Start our dev server. Reload the page. Okay. Home counter. What? Did I not save the provider? Oh, I didn't. Okay. There we go. You know what the first thing I'm actually noticing? I'm going to restart this to check this out. But this is like such a testimony to how React renders. Home provider counter. Does that order make sense? Let's think about that. Home is rendered first, then the provider is rendered, then the counter is rendered. I guess that makes sense. Sort of. Let's add layout here, because isn't the provider above home? Okay, maybe I'm... console.log root. Okay. Okay. Reload. Home, root, provider, count. Okay. This is like that JSX stuff where things start kind of going backwards on you. This is this is what I was talking about in the thing. And yeah, layout and home could be rendered in parallel. Yes, they can be. So this, yeah, that is true too. So I don't know which one is this, but yeah, let's look at that. Okay, I can be a little bit bigger here. Okay, so that's cool. And then in the console, what? I don't know what that is. Oh, it's hot reload complaining at me. I see provider, counter, like we expect, because React does everything twice. See again. Oh, do you know what this is? I've probably got like an extension running or something. Let's make an incognito window and do this. Extensions ruin everything when it comes to hydration. Everything. Okay. Let's see if that changes anything. All right. Beautiful. There we go. Provider, counter. Okay. Strict mode in React, logging everything twice. I click something, provider, counter. This is basically everything's re-rendering in our app every time we click it. This is React. Don't worry about it. And on our server, obviously, let's start at this again. But on our server, let's do it. Refresh. Home root provider counter. Seems pretty consistent, funnily enough. I think it is just the JSX out of ordering. I don't know if they can render in parallel. I don't think they can render in parallel as easily on initial render. Like, how would you get... think about it. How would you get context? We saw that they draw the right context. I think this actually confirms that they can't be rendering in parallel initially, because if the layout has the provider... I mean, there's the out of order from the fact that way the JSX gets... Yeah, man, this is interesting. Root. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I'm just like thinking out loud here. But my suspicion is that the parallelization wouldn't work in a situation like this, because you need the provider from the above to get in. But the reason I restarted was we see home root provider counter, we see provider counter. If I increment it, this will just go up the page like we expect. This doesn't render again. So this is all client-side state handling. So that makes sense to me. So how do we get the page to reload partially? Because that's what we want to test here. Well, the thing is, the reason I think for server components, it can render in parallel, yes. But follow me here. It's rendering the client components on the server here. So there is that connectivity between context and provider. So like on the initial page, I don't think you get to parallelize. Like, isn't it because of the entry point of the route? But the layout is above the entry point for the route, I think. I know it's written this way, but if you think about it, the provider is above the page. Like, this is one of those funny things. You know, when we talk about file system routing and these conventions of using like layout head and stuff, technically speaking, from like a hierarchical standpoint, the layout is outside of the thing. It's like when you do nested routing, the layout is at the parent scope, like not at the nested scope. So while co-locating this makes you think, oh, I have a layout for my page, the reality is that the layout is actually the parent. It's actually above it. I have my own opinions about file system routing and why I like different reasons I don't like this, but like mechanically, if you're going to like use React Router and construct this by hand, the layout is actually the parent, so to speak. This kind of like co-located approach kind of masks that. I think it makes it easier for people to think, but it's not actually the reality of how it actually sits. So like the thing is, someone's asking you, can I like toggle on and off its server? You can't, because a server component can't have state. So like this counter, like it can't read from context, and like this counter, like Xstate can't exist. So you can't just make a client component a server component. Yeah, I don't actually have the React Dev tools, but like, it's funny because on this, what on this, on the client, it's very clear that provider runs before server, or like provider runs before encounter. My theory is that we're kind of both right. I think what's actually happening here. Oh man, this is interesting because part of it must be that they treat the client components almost like a separate render or something. I wonder if something really complicated is happening here, because like maybe they render the client components in the server trees separately. Huh. Okay, let's move on for a second, and because what I want to do though is this. We need to see a page refresh that keeps this 6 around. I'm trying to think. Next, is there a way is there like a reload thing? Because my gut. Wait, a query parameter. Think about it. If we need to reload the page, I was like trying to think if like Next would have a reload or something. Oh, what? Oh, I'm in incognito. I'm like, what's that terrible not? Okay. Next reload router something. Next router reload current URL user. I want to bet that this isn't for. This doesn't seem right. No, you know what? I'm not going to take any chances. We're going to use an anchor tag here. We'll just put it somewhere, maybe on our page here, where not the counter, maybe on our page. We're going to redirect slightly because I think that. What is it? Link is how we do it in Next. Link. And then it's going to be href. Because I'm pretty sure, I mean, we'll double check this, but I'm pretty sure if I do this and go like, that Next is going to be like, that's the same URL. Like, what are you doing? You're already on this page. Okay. Okay, reload the page. Kind of provider, product provider, reload. Yeah, Next is doing nothing because, yeah, it only renders it once. Okay, so let's add like a query parameter. Be like break cache or whatever. Okay. Now, let's see if this does what we want it to do. This is probably a really confusing question for a lot of people. I mean, maybe it's more like use isomorphic, right? Like it's kind of like an island. In Astro, when you make an island, the island renders on the server and then hydrates in the client. This is saying like ship this code to the client. We don't need the rest of it, right? So it isn't really just a client component in this case. It's kind of like an isomorphic. It's use isomorphic. You have server components and isomorphic components, if I'm understanding this. But that doesn't explain how we solve context. So let's keep on exploring here. Right. Yeah, okay. Makes sense to me. Okay, so... okay. Let's reload the page. Private counter. Home counter. Okay. If we go in the network and we look at all, we see that there's been no request to the server either, no XHR or anything. And then let's try our reload. Oh, the hovering. They have that auto hovering. There's our fetch. Beautiful. Okay, sends some uninformative stuff. But nothing changed here. Okay. Interesting. What happens if I click on it? Oh, interesting. The preload didn't do anything. Like it didn't actually preload it. When I actually clicked on it, it actually returned some more interesting stuff. And we see home again. Okay. Let's make sure this actually works. But let's try this again. Load the page. No XHR. This is fine. Then let's increment some stuff. Okay. Sorry, I don't think this does anything. No, it didn't change anything. Okay. Let's increment it a bunch of times. And now when we reload, okay. Did it reload? Oh, I was already on break cache. I ruined everything. Sorry. Okay, let's try this one more time. Okay. Gotta get the setup, right? It's like when you're playing a speed run and you gotta like bump yourself against the wall like 10 times in order to get to the right place. Okay, we're getting the setup. Okay. There. Good. Right URL. Console. Good. Increment. Server. Still the same. Oh, I have to, sorry, I gotta start again. Reload the page. Sorry, I missed the first step. Reload the page. Counter provider. Home provider. Okay. Nothing else on the server. Purely client-side update. Network tab. No fetch has happened yet. Hit the reload. State preserved. Did the fetch. Client console. Interesting. There's like 2 more counters here, but it re-rendered the counter when I hit reload here on the client. On the server, it rendered home. That's our answer, isn't it? Huh. So, I wonder if we can inspect the network response here, what we're getting here. I mean, this is kind of hard to see. App client counter TSX name. It is aware of this component. It's telling us about it in its chunks. And it's sending some stuff along here in the viewport generated by create next app. What is all that stuff? I'm not sure what that is. Some children. Okay. Sorry, not to ruin it. Yeah, preview tabs you'd think would be useful here, but there's no preview for this. This is just some custom format that they're using for communicating over the wire. What I'm getting at here is this is what happens. Okay, I think we answered our question though. Let me go back to my drawing in Excalidraw. Go back to the beginning. First pass. Full thing gets run on the server. I don't know about the weird ordering thing, but it clearly renders both pieces, finds the context in the child scope, does the thing. We see our one. Then on the client, we come in and we hit away at our stuff. And this value goes up to where we need it to. Nothing happens on the server. Then we click our anchor tag down here to reload. Okay, here's our anchor. It ends up, because this layout is fixed, they know it never changes, it changes this top level route. So now we're server rendering again. And I'll make it green, okay? And then the second time when it server renders it, it actually it's like not gonna work for me probably. Like I'm not gonna get negative space here. Yeah, this visualization is not working for me at all. Sorry about that. It's fine. I'm going to remove this background transparent. What I was trying to get at is when it renders it again on the server, it doesn't render this. The first time it did. The first time it rendered the whole thing, but the second time, and this is what I theorized would happen. I just wasn't 100% sure. It doesn't render it again. And that's good because then the server doesn't get stuck with the wrong value. It just goes, oh, this is the same component as last time, and then it just handles it itself. Technically on the client it renders again, so I guess like it recognizes that in each, the server could change some prop or something. I'm not sure why the client re-renders, but it told the client to re-render, but not the server to re-render, essentially. So it didn't replace it. You didn't lose the local state. The state was preserved. So what I'm getting at is there is a difference between initial render, which is very much like islands, and updates with this model, right? So yeah, I talked about this before. BMR is saying like this is how it worked. This is what I wanted to confirm. The server just sends the new props, right? So this, I think I've talked about this before in stream, but like if the island encompassed the whole thing, you've just recreated a JSON API. Like it's just a single page app. So that you can kind of see how instead we get this HTML again and we get the JSON API, but it doesn't render it again, and that's how it preserves it. It's not this way. Both sides are like separate trees that don't have to worry about each other. But they break that rule on initial render. So I think actually the initial render for server components is probably the most interesting part, and probably why they didn't release it right away, because they actually had to like change the model just for SSR. Like from this model, this is a client component. It only runs on the client. In a sense, it's like what our apps are today. You render it once on the server, and then after that point, it becomes client only. So this looks to be what's going on. So, yeah, that's interesting. So it actually the server component actually, or sorry, the client component is only isomorphic on the initial page load. But this gives me another question. If this doesn't, oh wow, if this doesn't render on the server after the first render, how does it trigger suspense? Okay, check this out. New diagram. Pretend it's zoomed into here. Okay. Let's draw something. Pretend it's kind of like zoomed into that section. So out here, we have server component. And now, I almost want to steal this. In here, we have our client component, okay? Client component, okay? Now, if the server fetches our data, right? So async fetch, or like, if our server fetches the data, I guess it has to, like, it could obviously await it, but, and then it would know that, like, it has to wait, but how, like, pretend instead in here somewhere, Excalidraw might make me put it in, we have a use call, like, using that data. So, like, the suspense read. What if this was in here across the server client boundary? On initial load, this would work fine because you could fetch the data, not await it, and then like it could like be, oh, I do have to suspend, or maybe you don't know, maybe there's another suspense boundary under here, right? Because I'm just pretending like in here there's like a suspense boundary. Sorry, I should do like color code better, but let's make this. Oh, what? Something. It's funny. Light mode Excalidraw is so much nicer for this. Yeah, I'm thinking about streaming here. If you're understanding why I'm talking about this, let's pretend this here is our suspense boundary, right? Suspense, right? If inside our client component, now I kind of regret putting it there. Let's put client component, make it white. If our client component here has its own suspense boundary, it's very different than if it doesn't. Because if it does, we don't really care on the server. We'll send the stuff as much as we can, and then the client will handle it. But if it doesn't, technically speaking, you should be sending the fallback from the server to actually like show it. And it doesn't know if the client reads it. It doesn't know if the client has a nested suspense boundary because it's not running it. You can't use in client components, but in child of a client component, which is SCU. I mean, I'm presuming somewhere down the tree. It doesn't have to be the client component. It's itself. Or sorry, a child of a component which is an S. No, but like use as client side, right? Like use is a mechanism inside the client component tree of things, and async is the thing that's in the, like you can inject, like you can use projections to get stuff, like we've shown with the Hacker News comment collapse. But what I'm interested here is, in theory, if this has a suspense boundary, and this is the one that uses it, after the initial load, they'd have no way of knowing if it calls use, or even if like there's a suspense boundary. I guess what you could do is you could look at the boundary. You can go like, as I'm serializing this promise, I should wait for it. Okay, let's see if we can do that. So we can do component, new file, async. Let's call it maybe async TSS. Export default. Whatever. It's not even. It's the component itself isn't really async, but let's just make it function async, and then props, and then we'll do something like use, or actually we have to make this use client, right? I'm not making an actual async component because those are only allowed on the server. But what I'm saying is if I had const data equals use props dot, I don't know, let's make something up, rec, let's call it. And then went return div and then data, and then quick fix. Okay. Yeah, I'm not typing this right now, don't worry about it. Okay. So client component gets a promise as a prop and then uses it to trigger suspense. And then all we have to do here is go back to our page, and then be like something like, let's make something up, something that we fetch on the server. The thing that everyone does all the time, function delay, something like this, and then what, return new promise res reject. We don't even care to reject it ever. And then like set timeout. Yeah, let's give it a value here, and then be like set timeout, return the value after 1 second or something. And then const rec equals delay. Hello. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I'm pretty sure we could just await this, and this would work. Like, let's try that first, right? Because we can make this an async function, right? And then we can go like async, and then what did I call it? Rec equals rec, and then all I have to do is await this delay. Like, I'm sure this will work, but let's find out. Let's go into async and get rid of the use, because now it's just this. Okay. And hopefully I didn't break everything. Did I not save everything? Where is there? Page. Interesting. home root provider. I think resolve is missing in the... Oh, did I? Thank you. Sorry. Yeah. Do. It's not just vault. You actually have to resolve the value. Duh. Thank you. Oh, my bad. Okay. All right. Resolve the value. Remove the cache break. Yay. Hello. See? It's there. And actually, if we look over the network and we look at the doc, response, does it stream automatically? No, okay. Maybe not. Maybe it just waits. Yeah, this doesn't look like it's because there's no suspense boundary, maybe? Huh. Does suspense work in server components like the way I think? Like maybe I'm like inventing something that I'm not even not even real. Oh right, I have to put the suspense above the... I need to put the suspense above this whole thing. Because he awaits here. That's so weird. I'm so used to in Solid like the read being where the thing is, but it's because it's I need to actually go up a level and put suspense in here. I'll put it under the counter provider. Suspense. And then fallback equals something terribly descripting, stripped of... Actually, you know what? Let's make it something we can see too. Loading. Yes, suspense. Streaming SSR responses. Okay. Right. So then, now when we look at our response, we're going to see something much cooler where we see the loading in the initial render. And then later on, we're going to see a bunch of code to swap it in. And then the actual body of it is going to be... down here somewhere. Hidden. Here it is. Ta-da! So it's actually, here we go. It's swapping it in. Okay, beautiful. So here's our element. So that works, and it works the way that I would expect it to work. Now the real question that I have is, sure, that's fine, but what if I, like, didn't read it here? And there could be a reason not to read it there. Many reasons. But what if I got rid of this await? And then in here, change to using use, right? Now, this might work on initial render, but I don't see how this could work after initial render, is where I'm getting at. Interesting. It's not getting the promise. Only plain objects can be passed to client components just from server components. Promise objects are not supported. Well, that simplifies things a lot. I guess I'm worried about something that just can't happen. Okay. Well, I mean, that's an easy solution. Basically, the client server boundaries are absolute. You don't have to worry about suspending on a client thing if you can't even pass a promise to it. Okay. Yeah, but promises are serializable if as people have used Solid or Remix or Quick know very well. We can serialize promises. Parasocial, you got to tell me what gets server-side props has anything to do with this. Well, the way you can serialize promises is you basically set it up so that you know that the promise is going to be there, and you set a location in the serialized space where you actually write out a promise and put its resolve and reject functions in a location that's known, and then as it streams and the content resolves, it writes to that space. That's how Solid's resources work, and I'm pretty sure that's how Remix added defer recently. I think it could be generalizable even at a serializer level. Like all promises could just work like that. But yeah, this simplifies things a lot, though, right? Because now you just don't have to worry about this problem. Because the next thing I was going to do is nest suspenses and see if I could like mess with it, but we can't even do that. So like this problem, I guess, isn't really a problem. You just say like, look, if the data is fetched on the server, you have to wait for it on the server, right? Like it means that any suspense boundary, it means that any suspense boundary could only exist on the server for data that's fetched on the server. Oh man. What's going on? Looks like we just got a raid here. That's awesome. How's everyone doing? I was just learning that you can't serialize promises between client and server components in the Next.js app directory. It's funny. Solid is cool. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. Funnily, I'm actually spent all stream today working in React and Next.js. Trash is. Oh man. So is this trash coming in? Oh. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Why would we ever want to... yeah, I mean, I think the thing is they probably will figure out how to serialize promises if it makes sense to, but it opens a more interesting question, because if you allowed it, then you'd be in a zone where you're like, you can only suspend server, like client components would have to have their own suspense boundary, and server components would have to have their own suspense boundary. It still doesn't really work. You'd have to assume, like, if you passed it to the client, then it's definitely handling it, and you're not responsible. That's basically... I'm going to be interested if React actually solves this or whatnot. This is going to be just solid puns, right? Is this what I can expect from Trash's stream? Yeah. Let's get... Yeah. Thank you so much, Trash. Yeah. Sorry. Just... You guys came in right at like the point where I was like figuring it out and trying to like vocalize what I'm realizing. The big takeaways here are, from my perspective, looking at this, is React server components work almost identical to something like Astro or Islands on the first render. There's some difference on data serialization, I realized on a previous stream, but generally speaking, it renders the whole client components, server components, everything, all, typical full page app render first time. Any future navigation, it doesn't render the client components on the client. It only renders the server components and refreshes the client components on the client. What this means is you'd think it might have interesting repercussions for suspense, but because you can't serialize promises, it doesn't. It's very simple. If you need to fetch data on the server with server components, you should await them there. And if you need to fetch data in the client, you can, use or use React Query or whatever else you want to use in the client and handle that separately. Because the server component size and client component size can scale to the size of your route section, you can get a very client side feel to it, because with server rendering, because you're just serializing the JSON, because the server will not bother re-rendering your client component. It'll preserve that state like we saw, and basically the only thing over the wire is the JSON, and a little bit of other stuff that we looked at that we couldn't figure out what's going on, to be fair. Sorry, not this one. I'm in the wrong place. I broke the app. Yeah, it's not working right now because I tried to use a promise. All right. Okay. I think that's the conclusion here. Yeah, it is, but you need a promise on the client side in order to make it work. Because what you'll do is you'll render, like you'll serialize like new promise into the like JSON blob you're doing essentially, and then when something reads from that location, it'll get a real promise and it'll be waiting on it because it'll be there. You basically just have promises on both sides, and then the resolver on the server calls the resolver on the client. That's how promise maybe that's a better explanation of how promise serialization would work. No, rendering going on 0, what do you expect HTML? Yeah. Anyway. Anyway, this is kind of like just craziness. I learned something. I don't know if like this was valuable to me. I don't know if it was valuable to any of you, but I definitely learned a little bit about React Server Components, and I think this is interesting. Do you know what's exciting about this? Like, I don't know how much you want to double down on not sending promises, but if you think about it this way, if you can't break that divide anyways, and the suspense boundaries live in their own zone and they have their own mechanisms, this means that like the client React app and the server React app are like two completely different things, like except for during SSR. So like generally speaking, it's like you have like two frameworks. You have like server framework, client framework, completely separate. And then the only thing you have to solve is make them SSR together properly on that initial SSR so they both render. So like, just think here for a moment, what I mean. That suggests to me that if you had a solution that knew how to stitch together client and server, you know, from different frameworks, you could literally do this with two different frameworks, because the server rendering framework and the client rendering component framework are completely decoupled, essentially. So in that world, I mean, hypothetically speaking, something like Astro knows how to stitch two different frameworks for SSR islands initially. You would be able to do server components with Astro in an agnostic way, because it's literally two different frameworks after that fact. Client stays there, server does there. So I actually don't see any reason why server components couldn't just be framework agnostic potentially. That's kind of crazy. You know, I don't know if anyone wants that, but this doesn't have to be React specific, in fact, at all. I mean, I was already working on the specific stuff with Solid, so that's kind of obvious, but this revelation means it doesn't even need Solid's specific suspense mechanism to handle the server portion. As long as you have a mechanism for handling async in the server portion, and you knew how to stitch them together, then you could literally have two frameworks kind of doing their own thing. The stitching together is the hard part. You have to like build Astro first. I don't know. Right? Like, it's more than Astro, and it's not what Astro does today. But like, you can kind of see that these things are actually independent enough. I mean, you start really going, I don't know if this is what your intention is what if the server framework wasn't even like JavaScript? Like okay, let's take that moment. Like, is this possible? right? Like, because like I'm instantly going to a place that like, look, the server code's only on the server. Could you optimize this to like shit, like just completely make it super optimal on the server portions so that I actually scale, you know? I guess the challenge is like, how would you stitching the JavaScript in a different language is harder, huh? Like, but you only need it on the initial page load. It's so funny. Like every subsequent navigation, like every change you make could be like in pure Rust land or whatever. Like you just need to be able to render the client components the first time. To be fair, if people could do that, we would have seen this already, like easily. We would have seen this already, right? Like, why haven't the Rails folks made Astro yet? Like, I've seen people, like, I think I saw something a while ago, and I was just like, what the hell is this? Like, worst version of Astro. What was it? It was, I think, Inertia.js. Build a single page app without building an API. I think this is what this was. It was basically like you could use your like client stuff inside like a typical like PHP Laravel backend, but like the weird part was the client side islands weren't actually server rendered and didn't hydrate. It was just like you could do. There's another way to do this. Use web components, right? And I never say use web components, so that tells you how much I think of this probably. But like if you like, like. Sorry, I'm just processing thoughts here in real time. So if you could, yeah, let's go back to Excalidraw. It's better, but like if you could somehow stitch the client side JavaScript, I guess the question is the authoring experience would be different. You're dealing with two languages, two different apps. You know, like who wants to do that? Yeah, I don't know. Like maybe you do stay all in JavaScript when you do this, but like I often talk about how JSX isn't as optimizable, and like I wonder if like the whole perception changes on what the authoring experience should be with server components. Like, do we need to write stuff that looks like this? Like, do I have to go in and like use client? Like the client component makes sense, but like, would I want to go through and add use client to like every component in my whole ecosystem? Like, whereas like I wonder like the server like do server components gain anything from being like this? Like these are just the templates. Like I could have just hoisted this into my layout. Like I guess it's a different page. So yeah, you still need pages. It's just part of me is kind of wondering if there's no state in these components. Like how much of this is noise? Now, sorry, this is just a completely different space to consider when you realize that this decoupling could just be like the thing. How's chat doing? Sorry. Can't wait to use Vue. Well, the thing is, at that point, it's like everyone's making another framework, aren't they? Like they're like, this is the secret that the React team hasn't told us, that they've been brewing a different framework this whole time. Like this isn't like a migration. This isn't like Angular 2. They actually secretly just made another framework. You might joke it's called Next.js, but like kind of, you know what I mean? Like. I feel like the best you could do at the end of the crappy version, right? Well, yeah, kind of, yeah. If you want to stay in JavaScript, yeah, I guess so. The crappy version is what's debatable, because like there are trade-offs with automatic serialization, but you're right. At a certain point, you're kind of like automatic boundary finding. At a certain point, you're kind of like, well, we would get there eventually, right? Like, I don't know. I think I do think the one thing about the shared model challenge, like I do actually see this, because when I think of Astro server stuff and I think of Marco server stuff, like when I'm templating a page, and I just throw an HTML up, it makes a lot of sense. That's not how I generally want to. Like, I wonder. Yeah, this is. I've been talking about this for a while, about that split between like client and server, like mentalities for authoring, and if it has a thing. But this actually, at least the solution today, really reinforces the boundaries way harder than I was picturing. So I don't know. We have to kind of sit with this. What about something spelled with? Yeah, I mean that maybe that's where the compromise comes in, like that or Marco or whatever. Where you're kind of doing that. I actually like really like the React or JSX function component things when I'm doing stateful stuff, because I like breaking my stuff up. Like I do not like single file components. Like it's just like you could do smart stuff like Marco does or whatever, but like it's still like it's not like my natural place. But again, I remember using Pug and like literally when most of your stuff is just markup and you're just like slamming it down on the page, like the Astro experience is quite nice. Yeah. Yeah, anyway. Sort of tangent. Sorry about that. Just I don't know. If I was Astro, maybe this is actually exciting news. Something to think about. I don't know if we got the fuzzies or the Ben Holmes around in the chat anymore. So I'll leave you guys with that, and we'll figure out where we want to go from there. Okay, let's change gears. Unless there's any more comments coming in from the chat, I'm just catching up. I see some comments about like live view. No, nothing like live view. Live view is stateful. Like it's literally like the server knows the state. The one thing I want to key here is this is not stateful. You can like rip up the server down on every request and it still works. Like great for edge, serverless, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, this is not like live view. Maybe I haven't looked too closely. There was a tweet where people were talking about it, and it looked like it was basically the same as Solid Start. So I haven't actually. I think they're going to do a stream. I think that's probably the best way to take a look at it. I've covered QuickCity on stream before, and looked at the resource primitive. My understanding here is that the action or mutation primitive is very based on Remix, or actually closer to our server functions in Solid Start. Is my understanding. So we'll see if there's enough content for a stream there, but my suspicion is that there isn't. Okay. Okay, let's get geared up for this week in JavaScript. Kind of close this down, and I'm gonna switch here just for a moment, because last time not this view, I leaked a bunch of stuff because I was navigating Twitter out in the open. You don't want to do that. There's been some cool stuff this week in JavaScript. There's always cool stuff this week in JavaScript, so let's get this set up for that. What do we got here? We got bookmarks. When was a week ago? Yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm just like getting my bearings here. I'm like trying to think of like when the week started. This is my like exercise here. All right. Chat's doing good. I hope you can all handle my excitement. When I get excited about something, I get excited about something. I'm trying to think if there's any solid news. Oh yeah, there was. Yeah. It happened right after my stream last time, which is exciting. Although there's only one big piece. Yeah, I think. Sorry, I'm just collecting all the stuff that we're going to talk about in a minute. That, and that. All right, I think we're almost ready to go. Everyone still feeling good? I'm feeling a little pumped about that. Huh, that's awesome. This actually starts in a funny place. I think. Yeah. Oh, someone talking. No, like literally what we're leveraging is the stream. We actually write. Sorry, I wasn't clear about this. The way that serialization works is we're actually leveraging streaming of HTML. So, I mean, it's kind of funny, but the page starts loading and you're streaming in your HTML, and then you get to a point where you're like, okay, I got to serialize what I got, like the data. You like make a marker. You're like, look, I'm going to make the space for that first thing. So any data that you have serialized, like your next data, you put it in, and then you serialize in that promise, essentially, and give a slot in that space, like P0 or something for resolving it and P1 for rejecting it. Just like in that data object, give it like maybe or somewhere else, whatever. You allocate some space for that promise's resolution, and then as the page then at some point later the page is still rendering and it resolves. It sends the remaining HTML through, and what it actually does is it writes a script tag in that actually writes to the location of the promise that like P0 or P1, and since that's the function from the promise you created on the client, it will just call the resolve function, and then the promise works as normal on the client, like essentially. So it's literally just writing a script tag into the page. Yeah. If the server side component is standardization, yeah, I mean it's interesting. The funny thing is, it also kind of doesn't make sense because you still have to like do. Like the server components are doing a render, like they're still doing a client side render. So like the way that I've like been doing it when I was playing with Solid Start is it's part of the router actually. That's the hook in point. So like when you hit a URL, the router is kind of aware, and then since the router is aware, then it will find the right part of the page to render and send it back. Like it is very even though it's kind of, you view it almost as an API, it is actually very much tied into the like general page rendering flow of an SSR app. But with a few exceptions, you have to be aware that like to render or not render the client components, right? Like we showed off there. Which, to be fair, I haven't actually implemented. In the version that's in Solid's app, this is why I can tell React's ahead, people are talking about, we literally just render the stuff again on the client and our server right now and throw it away. But I was just kind of really curious, like the context thing. I haven't actually solved the context thing in our Solid demos yet, so now we have an answer. Yeah, because you control the stream on the thing. You keep track of the promises in a registry. That's why the reads are important. You could see the parallels with suspense. Like you go, oh, this promise is being used. That's, I guess, that whole thing I was doing when looking at the serializing promises probably didn't make a ton of sense to people. It's like the read is actually, that's why there's a use. It's very important. The way the await works, if you think about it, is they have an async component. So like they control when the components get called, right? So call component, get a promise back, and they're like, okay, I care about this. But if you're passing it through, the component doesn't return a promise; it returns more JSX. So you have to like call use like on the client const side to be like, hey, component, I care about this promise. Yeah, I mean that's how I've been approaching it with Solid, and honestly, are the benefits? Oh yeah. You if you've ever seen the Solid movie app demo, I think you can see it even in a simple case. As good as MPAs are quick at reloading stuff, at a certain point they will not. You will be sacrificing a bit here. You literally get that the single page app client transition feel in your app with this approach. You get to preserve state. Your YouTube video, or that's like it's to stay open, like or Spotify soundbar. Like you get the full benefit. Except I think from Islands, like you can do this like Islands. You can basically get this code loading of something like Astro. Like just this is really rough, but sorry, I don't have my screen sharing back. Let's get it back. Just go to solid-movies.app and click around for a moment. This is not even like perfect, and this is not the browser bar. This is the client side stuff. The scroll restoration is broken right now. It's not perfect, but I like this is like the same as the Next version of the app, almost identical. All this stuff at a JavaScript execution and bundle size. I'm not an incognito. Sorry, sorry. Let's go here. Solid movie. Like at a JavaScript and bundle size here, that's like what 13.2 kilobytes. Look, I'm going to the next page. It's still 13.2 kilobytes. It's a completely different page style and stuff. Go search. We're going to load the search bar. Oh, there. It's 14 kilobytes now. What I'm getting at is drag to dragon. Like I'm not losing my focus here. Like this is a single page app style experience with JavaScript that it looks like an islands framework. Like this, there is a huge benefit to this approach. It's less obvious with React Server Components because you've already got like a 90 kilobyte Next app. But you apply this to smaller frameworks. You apply this to other with other technologies. I think this is going to be noticeable. It's almost like it's too bad that it's React that kind of got there first. Like I think almost anything else will be able to utilize this in a way that's much more obvious to people. Like, don't get me wrong, React's approach has benefit as your app gets really large, but people right now are opening like the app directory and they're like, why is my app larger, like my Hello World demo, larger than when I just started Next? And it's like, well, it's because it is larger. We need the code to handle the server components. And like, if you're building demo apps that are only like 30 kilobytes of component code and you still need half of it anyways with server components, then it's like, you're like, oh, now my code, it's 100, and maybe server components cost 10 kilobytes. You're like, now my app is 5 kilobytes larger, like, or like, you know what I mean? Like, you have to get to a point where this matters. Whereas if you apply this technology to Svelte or Solid or Preact, you're suddenly going to be like sitting there like, haha, I just made an app that was. You don't want to know how big this is in Next. Like this is the next like stream, but okay. See, Nux is here. Look. Okay, they added that animation. I don't have that animation, but you can see that this is the same as the Nux app. This one's actually pretty respectable, but let's look at the next version. It's a little bit different UI. Oh, that's awesome. Let's get back here, and let's just okay. Next app, 150 kilobytes, first page load and everything. Okay, and let's go into details. We're at 187 now. Do they have a search? Is there a search on this one? Maybe this one doesn't have a search. Okay. So we're at 190 kilobytes. Like, this is just not even comparable on the same scale. I think server components are going to improve this, but like for something stupid, simple content site type thing, like it seems almost impossible that this could happen. Anyway. Yeah. Yes and no. See, here's the craziest part about this. Nothing stops you from combining these technologies. Like, resumability is a hydration technique. Server components is like a partiality kind of thing, like islands. You could have an island that's resumable. Quick and what Marco 6 are working on is they're like, okay, let's get rid of islands, let's get smaller, which is really cool. But it also makes the end developer much more aware of serialization. Like right now, when you use islands, you only have to be like, the props have to be serializable. Like I have an island here. If I'm passing data through it, it's got to be serializable. We can handle most stuff, but that's like the mental model. When you get into stuff like Quick and Marco, it's something you're kind of like, every single event handler could be unwound. And so in the middle of my components, I have to start thinking about what's serializable. But that's independent of resumability to a certain degree. Resumability is what kind of breaks it down at that level. But the concept of being resumable, I don't know. This is something I want to explore. Oh. Sorry, this is. I want to see this. I know I was promising this week in JavaScript, but I want to see this. Serialize promises through flight. Okay. Yeah, you pass promises. Blah 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 blah. Use. We don't support. Oh, so they tried something and it looks like he just edited it away. It didn't work. Oh man, I really want to know how they're going to handle suspense here. I might not be familiar enough with React internals to actually be able to answer that question. Like this looks like the serialized handling. That makes sense to me. Promise component. Okay, let's look at an example. No await here. Where's client component? Oh, that's cool. Like for testing purposes, they have like the shortcut, like the use island, so to speak. I wish I could see what component looks like. It looks like it already exists. Maybe it exists in this file. Can I view file? Is that the right one? Like, am I seeing the current version? Text use. Okay, cool. Okay, so it's just a component text use. Okay. Oh man, so this is interesting then, because if I understand this example, it was it literally in front of me and I was just blind. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm like literally couldn't look a line up. I don't know why I didn't see it before. It always happens on stream. But they have an outer suspense boundary. So this is exactly what I was talking about. I wonder what the behavior is. Like, because you see my concern? Initial render, sure. But like, after the fact, refresh, get in a zone where, oh man, I want to try this more than anything. But yeah, good to see that this is on the way. I don't think we'll get much further on this right now, just because it's like where it's at. Sorry, just catching up on chat here. Maybe I missed the rest of the conversation. I actually don't know how this actually changes anything. That, if anything, this suggests like that they could be competing for the same space. Yeah, sorry. Is the value interleaving them that large? Yeah, because the interleaving trick lets you add statefulness to server-side stuff that you don't need to serialize or hydrate. So, like, the classic is my solid Hacker News demo, right? Where this is the server component version, essentially. And you don't want to, if you look at, like, the data here, the script tags, there's like nothing here. Like, this is interactive, right? But like, you didn't send any of this stuff. If you had to hydrate this page, you would have to send like all the JSON for all this stuff. So interleaving is actually a pattern very much. So because it can save on like this is one of the benefits. It's not just the less hydration, but it actually saves on data serialization. Is it thinkable for resumability agnostic to UI framework? No. Resumability is a hydration technique. So this is very much in the domain of the renderer, so to speak. Like Solid could be resumable, Astro could not be. Sorry, just reading up on chat here. Client side becomes a constant. Yeah, there's only one problem with sockets, and we saw this on the live view stream. You have to connect them, right? And you need a live service that actually stays live. The thing is, what this allows you to do is literally have like a different server respond to every single response. There's no session, like there doesn't need to be a session. Like this is actually like any other kind of page. It's not, and sockets took time. We were playing there and we turned down the network. Like sockets are basically the same timeline as if you were doing client side fetching. Like if you server rendered and then did client side fetching. So it's like, with like it really is noticeable on slower networks. And again, maybe this will matter less as time moves on, but like the server component or the islands approach is super fast for page load comparably. Like and when you add streaming, it's actually like it's you basically lose the greatest weakness of like wait for the data problem. You essentially get something that feels like a client fetched app. Essentially, you get that experience. You get loading states. You get something that feels very similar to what you might expect from that kind of experience where it's responsive and you see what's going on. However, it starts fetching the data way earlier in the cycle. Instead of going, go to the server, get the HTML, get it back, see the JavaScript header, get the JavaScript, come back, start running the JavaScript, go, get the stuff, or connect the socket, come back, render that. You know, instead of going through that cycle, it's literally like, go to the server, get the HTML, start requesting right now. Okay, send it back. Send the rest back. Like it's just not comparable. So you guys are great. That one might take longer than a weekend. Islands took a weekend, but that one might take longer. Yeah. So yeah, there's different ways to tackle this. I was actually really impressed with how LiveView simplified the model by keeping it on the server completely. Like the state was there, and it's like, wow, this is actually it's the same feeling the first time I saw a single page app. Like that same feeling where you're just like, wow, this is so simple. But interestingly, in a sense, LiveView's approach has kind of the same problems as single page apps. So yeah, I don't know. Let's get ready for this week in JavaScript. I think I'm ready. All right. I'm going to zoom back to my head for a moment. Yeah, I mean, use durable objects, I guess. Some kind of stateful persistence. I mean, there's solutions to this. I'm just... Is it... Like, with anything, you start with something really simple, and then, like... There's that question, too, is, like, do you want to go to the server for everything? And I know LiveView has its own hybrid model with commands. Interesting. This is kind of like another approach of hybrid, because you actually spend most of your time on the client with this server component model, and you only do the big shifts, like the navigations, like you've always done with websites with the server components. So it's kind of like they are both kind of attacking it from the opposite sides. Yeah, I mean, Yeah, it's too bad the that's how the web works. I mean, if client side JavaScript is the lock though, that's why we are where we are. So, okay, just a second. All right. All right. Anyway, let's get ready for This Week in JavaScript. All right. I think I'm good. Everybody good? Twitch chat good? Let me check. Make sure I didn't miss any new events. Only Pain, thank you for your tier 1 sub. I have to go back afterwards. I'm sorry if I miss anyone. But okay, cool. Let's go to our... Let's go. All right, let me get my banner up. All right. Now it's time to talk about This Week in JavaScript. This week had a few hot takes, I would say, and admittedly, most of it was people talking about TypeScript. It feels like, but I'm not going to cover that because that's I don't really have an opinion on that. Instead, I want to start here, which really did start my week for me, which is this tweet from Guillermo, CEO of Vercel, where he said single page apps were a zero interest rate phenomenon. And this, zero interest rate phenomenon has kind of been propagating and as a kind of a meme. And I think there's a lot of good hot takes here. I saw another one about DevRel, which seems pretty accurate. I have to admit, this is true to a certain degree, but what was amusing to me, and it's probably less amusing to people who are less on the technical side, is Next.js is a single page app framework. I'm just going to put it out there. I think I get what he's saying. He's talking about the benefits of SSR, but SSR alone doesn't solve it. This is pushing the drama, but I think that was the most interesting thing about this tweet, sadly, because it led me down to this path where I had to kind of talk about definitions and understanding the different schemes. Because when you look at the full spectrum of web development, and the solution space, when you consider stateful stuff like live view and that, and in this puzzle, we're talking about such a like only a certain portion, a chunk of it. So it helps me from at least a categorization stance to be very clear that you can have a single page app that server renders, and that's not the same as a multi-page app. These are not the same things, and they have drastically different benefits and trade-offs. So I said exactly that. Probably worth saying, in the same way that MPA, multi-page app, retroactively got applied to typical websites, CSR, client-side rendering, has been retroactively applied to single-page apps that don't SSR. Because, despite suggestions otherwise, a single-page app that SSR is still very much a single-page app. And I think anyone who watched the stream can understand that, because the mechanics of it are very different. That being said, server components are not a single-page app mechanism. I feel like this discussion might be forming partially because of a desire to kind of undershadow just how different server components are. I drew a little diagram that I hope makes sense to people. And that's that stateless, this is not even the whole spectrum. I don't have live view in here, but server components are in their own category here, right? On the MPA side, you have things, I call sprinkles, people call sprinkles, which is when you add some client-side JavaScript to an MPA that's been, server rendered, things like Alpine.js, Petite View, Stimulus, jQuery even. You have islands like Astro and Fresh. And on the single-page app side, you have fully client-rendered apps, you have SSR apps, you have SSG apps, ISG apps, ISR apps, DPG, DSR. I can't keep track of even I can't keep track of all the things. But they're also kind of under the SSR side. Single page apps at SSR. What makes a single page app? Well, a paradigm where you have client routing and client rendering after initial page load. Like, yes, you can SSR, but your app is constructed in such a way that it navigates and it renders the page. Hybrid is this interesting place where it actually has architectural differences here, because you have to understand, because you client render a page, you can't make the same assumptions that you can with islands. You can't eliminate that dead code. Islands and single page apps are incompatible. This is an attempt at trying to make them kind of the same. And there's other solutions that probably fit in this space. This is an oversimplified diagram, but where are transitional apps? That term has no meaning anymore. It might be under hybrid, but when they released FeltKit, they decided that it was pre-rendering. So transitional apps under the new FeltKit definition is a sub-branch of single-page app SSR. There was the people on the MPA side initially when it was supposed to put out there thought that basically transitional apps were single-page apps. Essentially, it was just a rebranding, kind of like here. I think there's some stigma with single-page apps that, frameworks that do single-page apps, Solid Start included in non-experimental mode, are trying to separate them from it. But here's the truth: we are single-page apps. Mechanically, Lighthouse will tell you that too. It does not lie. You know what I mean? Like, this is the architecture. We can try and rebrand it, but I have enough definitions. I have enough 3-letter acronyms that I need to know. So that was a hot way to start off the week, right? And honestly, it just kept, the hits just kept on coming. Let's see, where are we next? Yeah. Where do I want to go here? Yeah, actually, God, there's so many good ones here. Yeah, let's just get to it. This is a continuation of last week's discussion. I want to point this out here again, and it's related to the stream again, the whole library versus framework versus whatever, right? And it's also, the whole single page app versus CSR thing, right? Essentially, Devon, creator of Parcel, this is important to understand the context, was like, look, different tools, different jobs, don't try and conflate them, right? Like, it's okay to have single page apps and CSR and MPAs and SSR. We don't need to do it all the same. And I think this is a valid take. I mean, to be fair, we don't necessarily, right? Like, there's nothing that says that we have to do this. And this is like, we hit this decision at every micro decision along the line, right? Because I was even talking about server components a minute ago, and I was kind of like, what happens, when we get to that point where we have to choose between like what Quick does and Astro does? Like, it's that same decision again. So like in this kind of view of the world, we can optimize better for the specific case if we don't try and combine them together. But what we end up usually happening, actually, I think, is things just get sliced up slightly different into smaller pieces of each thing. I love that we have chat here going on about what's the difference between Jamstack and how does that fit in. Honestly, Jamstack, if we'll talk about Jamstack later. It's okay. I'm not going to get tied into that. I get what Devon is saying, but you have n amount of devs who know React more than know JavaScript. Yes, exactly. This is the thing. And it's kind of from there, you're like, I know React, and this is the web. Why can't I build everything? This is like the sites versus app conversation. The funny thing is, at every point, this has happened multiple times in history where we get to that point where we're like, it's time. Like, we want to do more. Like, I was talking about .NET at the beginning of the stream. It kind of tried to do the whole isomorphic full server thing. Like, it was a mess, and then everything imploded, and we ended up with single page apps. My take here is, more often than not, this marks an end of an era rather than the beginning when we get to this point. Cursed from the knowledge that's just outside of reach, we pursue avenues that compromise too much, and at a certain point leading to our inevitable reset. But hey, it might be different this time. I wanted to do the meme there with the picture, but it at some point it will be different. Do you know why? Because that baseline keeps on moving, right? We learn a little bit more each time when we reshuffle. I think with server components, this is the closest that we've seen, but I imagine that at some point we're going to hit a level of complexity here that like this will feel really uncomfortable. But I do think we're watching the next big shift. I don't know if server components are like the lead of it. Like, are they the Angular of the SPA movement or the React? Not sure, but it's happening, right? Well, I what's the end of the era? Well, like what I mean is like I was doing Razor MVC4 templates, update panels. I love that throwback to ASP.NET. But we got past update panels. We had better patterns. Even some of the stuff in Rails, and then at a certain point we're just like, screw it, single page app. Like we could, even if we tried, the interactivity was not as good, and then like it got drastically simpler by just make an app in JavaScript. Done, right? That's what I mean. But in a sense, it was that push, the desire to want to do more with it, that kind of really showed the weaknesses. It was an inevitability, but like in a sense, React realizes that the single page apps are what was the term? Zero interest rate thing. Like that's where we are now. It is a beginning as well as an end. Every end is a beginning. Some song that probably says that. But like usually the people who recognize that, or the projects that recognize that, aren't the ones that survive it. Okay. So I think the thing is, we innately over and over again want this goal. As much as you say different tools, different things, this is something that web dev community is not going to give up ever. Cue the XKCD comic or whatever. Like this is just how we work. I don't know if it's for a good thing. Like this might lead to the next cliff and then we reset, but it's an inevitable part of change. I saw something so cool about Blazor. I forget what tweet it was off of. I think it was off my MPA thing where people were trying to figure out where it fits. Blazor has an automatic detection mode to switch between something that's like live view, switch between their WASM and the client. Like Blazor's got like server components in live view and like client, like the whole thing all in one framework, like working like with detection. Like there's something cool there that I think people like myself should check out. Other people care that their site actually loads in a reasonable amount of time, might not want to do that, but like generally speaking, like it's these pieces are everywhere. Actually, it's just funny you mentioned Blazor because like literally I saw something really cool. There's a video linked off one of these discussions. Okay, so what I want to show off next. Also, big shout out to Austin. Incredible amount of work. This came out that same day. SolidJS Xstate integration. Finally a reality. If you watch my Immutable stream, about React and like Solid and React stream, you know how hard it is to make this stuff work well. He's done an amazing job. I think like this took months to get going. It's a difficult challenge. I talked about like there might be some like super optimistic ideal in the future, and I would like to see this. This is still like using reconcile kind of in a sense of what the best we can do today, but this is still a huge accomplishment. And like picture Xstate doing your state management, and then when you update your context, you update your state data, it applies fine grain, not re-rendering your components, not doing immutable things, like updates pinpoint. This is a very cool project if you're into Xstate. Super cool. Okay, that's my shout out there. Sorry. All right. Blazor stream. Not yet. Okay, so Another cool conversation that happened this week, also React related. This is a follow-up to the last conversation. We talked a lot about like Vite, and we're trying to figure out what the best starter is. I actually think this is a pretty really great response in terms of they care about the beginner. They want to give the happy path. So Dan wrote a wall of text about how they can approach this. And out of the options, I think this is pretty good. I think there's a challenge here that like it's offering almost too much decision for someone getting started. They won't know what to pick. But it lets React keep control, and then they can suggest things, because this is interesting. Like, that's like the surface level thing and what I like about this, right? Because then it's like you're in this kind of zone where you're like, okay, this is very reasonable. But this is also why you read the whole rest of this post, is he's suggesting that while React is a library, it's a library to build frameworks. Like, I know this, I'm like kind of paraphrasing, and this is not actually literally what he's saying, but this is my read between the lines, right? Because even here, like, there's this one part of this thing when talking about the rise of meta frameworks where which kind of started its own debate this week, which was like kind of called Astro out and Islands out as like basically like, fine, you can use it, but you're not really embracing React by using it. And you know, that's an interesting thing, because like you are using React, the library, maybe not fully, but it's like, at what point, like you're already a framework when you've decided like that you own the best practices is where I'm getting at. Like you try really hard to push them out there on the world, but if you control the piece, do you know what I mean? Like you can say like, look, you should do stuff a certain way, read write segregation, all that stuff. But if you actually are like not just the suggester but the judge, like it's kind of full circled. And I think this is the part that was the trickiest for me to navigate when looking through this post, because I actually got in a discussion that I don't think I linked here. Yeah. With Dan about this, kind of going like, look, you're being a little hard on MPAs. Like, because he criticized them of having two different app experiences. If you've been watching the stream today, you saw the two different app experiences, like even in React Server Components. Like this is one of those things where like, it's tricky because they kind of want to be a framework, or, you know, like to support this. This might be subjective, but one of the things I like about Next 13 the app is how it gets rid of a whole bunch of nexisms. It's still raw, blah, blah, blah. But do you follow me? Like, if you're getting rid of the nexisms, what is next but React? Like, so like, those opinions are coming in, and it's fine. Like, be opinionated, own it. And I think they kind of are, but I think like where I'm sitting, this is like, it's, and I don't know how many people, you make your own decision how this fits or sits for you. But for me, this is a departure, and it's one that like I'm kind of excited about, because it's like React's owning it in a way perhaps that Alex Russell wished they did from day one. But it's also them stepping away from a place that I like to live. They're not encroaching on me anymore. If you want to do that sort of stuff, it won't be a question of like, oh yeah, but React. It's like, no, React's over there. So, you know, this is pretty exciting. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, all those people who want React 2014, send me a message. We should talk. That's the thing. Like, the hardest part about these conversations is that Vite, for example, is miles better than the Webpack you're comparing it to. Their thesis is you don't want to write your own framework. That to me, I know it's different than saying you don't want to write your own Webpack config. But I've always kind of wanted to write my own Webpack config. So I wanted to avoid what Create React App ended up with, you know? Like, if you compare ejecting create React app and writing your own Webpack config, I definitely take writing my own Webpack config like every day of the week. So yeah, I want knockout 223. So I don't know. It's an interesting conversation, and it's a shift going on, and I think it's something the ecosystem's really starting to adapt to. At the same time, like React is kind of like not afraid to push things forward and break things, you know, like on this. I like this is admirable when you understand how big the project is and how risky this is for them. Like check this one out. Like Seb's talking about like should we use wrappers or should we patch the platform? Right. And I'm going to ignore Matt Cain for a second, although he's completely correct. And kind of focus on async functions are like this is what I get. Async functions are, but if they're supposed to be useful, you need async local storage. Okay, don't care. That's why you have so many big sites that still have. Okay, it's like he is only. Okay. We should have listened to Angular when they first presented zones. Like that is like a revelation. Like we talked a bit about it. It's funny, the Angular team is like trying to escape zones like crazy. They're like, zone is the worst thing that we ever did, but it's because they had to fight the platform so hard. This is the thing you that happens in JavaScript framework land. You have you look at this something and you're like, how can I make this work well? And you come up with a solution. And you're like, okay, this simplifies things. But then you get to a blocker on the platform, and then you spend the whole rest of your time fighting the platform. And essentially, at a certain point, maybe people don't like it, and then you just leave defeated. Angular, that was Zone, right? They were like, for those who aren't familiar, Zone is basically async local storage. It's the idea that you could have some context on one side of the async await and resume it on the other side of the async await. It's a reason that like we can't, like we don't have async components in Solid. Like you have to use generators. It's not easy to get the reactivity on both sides, like in the same thread. So different systems work different ways, but Angular was like, we don't want any fancy system. We just want to use plain JavaScript essentially and know when stuff finishes and then just run the code. Like really simple model, probably the simplest model, but they had to go crazy with Zone to make it work. Another example of this is React's mutation of semantics with hooks, or even reactivity in Solid, you know, and our use of functions. And then you're like, these are all different mindsets of how we could revamp the language of JavaScript to work for frameworks. It's very interesting to see kind of the mental leadership of React kind of point at Angular here. You know what I mean? Like, because we're talking about things where whole frameworks are built on top of those kind of philosophies. Anyway. Okay, let's continue on. There was another response to this, which I thought was actually pretty point, because why is React patching all these native things to make it work? And a lot of it actually is them trying to solve caching issues or continuity. Some of it's async local storage type stuff, but I love that Michael Rawlings from Marco decided to point out that, like, look, if your system was built in such a way that you didn't need to hydrate, you wouldn't have to worry about this. Like, basically, the whole example disappears when you're resumable. It's interesting, but as I said, it's different choices and trade-offs about fighting around it, because like we're circling the JavaScript language in crazy ways to try and get it to do what we want. I mean, this is the motivation behind builds and compilation. Like, we're stuck. I think it's crazy because when you have really strong limitations, you breed incredible innovation, right? It's just Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is just, yeah, more of that. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, I think we're on the next item now. Other big news this week. Netlify acquired Gatsby. And we should talk about it for a minute because there's so many different levels to this. And it's funny because like even I'm witnessing it internally and externally. A lot of different opinions, a lot of different thoughts about this. And I mean, honestly, I'm gonna throw this up here. Look, I can understand where some people are coming from. Was it State of JS? When this news came out, you know, a couple weeks after State of JS, people are like, okay, rendering frameworks. They look at this graph and they go, what are you doing, Netlify? And I know this isn't the truth of reality for everyone, but Gatsby looks like the Ember of rendering frameworks. Like, so much promise. This is why people joke, like, welcome back to 2018. Like, so much promise here, and then literally now no one wants to use it. People who fill out the survey are mostly, I don't know, we talked about demographics, we talked about this. This is hardly representative. And Gatsby is still very popular in enterprise spaces because of the problem it solves. But this is what people look at, and then they kind of go and they go, okay, well, they start going, okay, let's frame this as like, now, like, I almost want to Excalidraw this for a second, but like I've seen people like basically write this. They're like, for cell, okay, let's go white. They write stuff like this. They go, for cell, next. They go Shopify, remix, and then they go Netlify, Gatsby. Who uses out of yeah. But this isn't the narrative, first of all, because if you look like from this perspective on the framework side, but like there's some other like sure, these are the React Meta frameworks, but putting them head to head doesn't make any sense. We got a raid? What's going on? Where's our raid coming from? All right. Sorry. Maybe I just jumped on the wrong thing. Okay. So, oh no, we did. Yeah, we did get a raid. See, I suck at Twitch. I can't even tell where the raid came from. Welcome. We're talking about This Week in JavaScript. Why do I suck at Twitch? That could be a stream. Someone can teach me how to not. Yes, here we go. Madeline of Ophrivia is rating with Party 42. Awesome. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, we're talking about the Netlify Gatsby acquire here. This is the diagram people like to draw. And I mean, then they go over to the charts and they're like, next, remix, Gatsby. But as I said, it misses the story here, because what Gatsby's been working on for the last couple of years, like they had a framework and they tried to make a company out of it. Everyone knows that is not an easy feat. They've been working on some incredible technology around their data layer, which is very exciting. Project known as Valhalla, and it's GraphQL. But how does this describe here? Company has been working closely with partners and enterprise customers to deliver a new Valhalla Content Hub, which builds upon their data layer and delivers a hosted, fault-tolerant, edge-first GraphQL API. Basically, this is the holy grail of APIs. It connects to everything. Basically, you want data from somewhere, and you want to get it to your edge functions. It's taken care of. This is very interesting on that side, and largely and big part of where this interest is. That being said, I think this is exciting on the Gatsby framework side as well. Does the press release even mention Gatsby the framework? That's the thing. I was in it. Okay, I'm not going to give away company secrets, but when I found out about this news, I was late to a meeting. It was like all hands, and I was giving a talk, and I come in about 30 minutes in, like I just finished my presentation. It was one of the ones I think last week or whatever, and and they're talking about Valhalla and talking about the stuff. I'm in the meeting for 30 minutes. I have no clue it has to do with Gatsby, like zero. Like at the end, it like came up, and I was like, oh, like it came up again. Like I missed the beginning when they actually talked about it. I had like no idea for like half an hour of being in the meeting. That being said, I think this is actually also exciting a bit for Gatsby, the framework, because like different things get prioritized when you have a company and money and stuff. And I think we have a real opportunity here to like re-open source Gatsby, so to speak. This is what I've been talking about a little bit here, is that like there are other frameworks at these companies. Like this is not accurate, right? What else do we have? Svelte Kit, React. I mean, you can argue about that, but let's pretend React's there. Okay. Did you guys know Shopify has Preact? To the main maintainers of Preact work at Shopify. Solid 11D. There, I mean, someone like there is a lot of open source frameworks and tooling that are in these different companies, and I think what's interesting here is just like the potential opportunity here. Like what was there? There's a tweet here. I love this. See, this is about framework camaraderie, right? Daniel Rowe, big maintainer on Nux project. It warms my heart. Right now, there are features in Gatsby that were built to support Gatsby Cloud. We don't want that. I'm hoping that Gatsby will be like SvelteKit, Remix, Astro, Next, SolidStar, blah, blah, blah. Platform agnostic again, right? And that is what's happening here. And Matt Kane from Netlify was like, if this happens, I think Next.js will be, okay, fine. Maybe this is less camaraderie. Will be the only framework remaining without support for adapters deployed to different patterns. He is right, though. Just to point it out there. Yeah, did we just define what a meta framework is? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I'm not suggesting that. See, I think this is an interesting question here, because I didn't notice this before. I was sitting there because, like, I'm not gonna lie. When I found out, like, I'm stoked, right? I found out that the OSS team at Netlify is going to be more than me and Zach. Like, we're gonna have the expertise of people from Gatsby, people like Ward Peters, like really smart people who understand the framework space, which is something that actually I'm good on the mechanics of the rendering. Framework is a place that I haven't spent as much time on. I'm good at like the micro stuff. I don't know if I'm as familiar with like all the problems you hit when like I've worked as a developer in an application, but I haven't built. I guess like eBay kind of gives me some experience there, but like I haven't like look how widely used Gatsby is. Sure, Next.js is conquering that, but it's still like it is still very widely used. That kind of experience is invaluable. I was kind of sitting there and I'm like, these guys are going to be on my team, or like, in the same proximity. Like, obviously Gatsby has importance, of customers and all that, but like, I've kind of failed if I haven't convinced them that they should give Solid a try, or give me some tips, stuff, like, and I made that comment, and someone pointed out to me, I think it was Fred from Astro. He's like, if you erase the meta frameworks from this diagram, and I know that that no one sees this as this competition, you end up with this. Isn't that interesting? I find that interesting. And I know some people who say like Vercel doesn't run React, but I'm like semantics. Like whether it's React that runs Vercel, like it, right? Angular. Oh yeah, I mean, I was focusing on these ones. Obviously, Google has Angular, Builder has Quick, but I like. Do you notice that? Is it? Oh yeah, Svelte. You're right. I missed Svelte. You're right. I missed Svelte. Svelte is here too. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Sorry, I missed Svelte. That is the more important thing that I missed. This was just an interesting diagram. I don't know if it means anything. It was just we were looking so much at the meta frameworks and all the like, because that's what everyone talks about. I sort of missed this shift. I don't know if it means anything. It was just interesting. Alibaba view, maybe, yeah. I mean, I was just talking within this like specific graph, and I apologize. Svelte should definitely be here. It was just like, I was like, you're looking at this and you're seeing all that, and then you actually like kind of melt away some stuff. This sort of shift has kind of happened. Anyway. Yeah, Matt Bellman echoed this sentiment anyways, about framework agnostic, front-end community, all that. But essentially, I do like this trend in general. I'm very excited. It's hard being in open source and being in this kind of zone where like you try and find ways to fund your project, and like either you find a company that is aligned and is building something that uses your product, and you go on that journey. You go to VCs, you raise money and make a company out of it, and then you realize that your business is something else. So you have like a secondary objective that you have to fulfill, or this kind of patronage model that we're seeing now that lets myself or like Rich Harris work at Vercel and be able to work on these frameworks, kind of relatively freely. And I'm pretty stoked about that. I think this alleviates a lot of the pressure on Gatsby. Yeah. Anyway, that mostly leaves us up to date. I think that was the other big news today. And just as a leaving thought, I thought this was kind of cute. I did a stream about how you don't like SolidJS compiles without JSX, and the creator of the Solid Query kind of Tanstack port was like, yeah, I'm just going to use vanilla Tanstack using Solid's reactivity to update a counter through the query. I thought this was cute to kind of see how this deconstructs even outside of my silly demos. So very, very, very nice. All right. That's it this week in JavaScript. anyone, I see that I kind of maybe dropped a bomb. The chat's kind of like still responding to that whole thing on that diagram. Was that controversial? I don't know. When I see like stuff like this, like it's funny. I'm not actually suggesting that Vercel controls React. I'm actually suggesting like the other way around, like in terms of Next, like it's not about Vercel. I'm not trying to evil empire thing. I'm just saying like Next is the React framework, because they're embracing it the furthest. So like, but there is like you can't ignore the fact that like Seb and on the Next team is kind of been the visionary for React for the last like 7 years. So like you can almost use the two interchangeably, like Next, React, so at least if on this side, and maybe like saying I'm saying this in bad faith or something. No, like literally you could just take a tweet thread of anything that Dan or Andrew have said in the last like several months and just like be like it's, yeah. So like I'm not trying to suggest some kind of weird collusion like that. I'm just saying like for all purposes, that's where React lives now in its purest form from the like external outward community. So when you also have React to Shopify and Netlify, yeah, sure, but like that's not for the purpose of what I'm saying, that's not what I'm saying. Anyways, all right. Well, it's 10 to 5. I don't know. If there's nothing else, I think we're good. Is there anyone I can raid who's streaming right now? I don't follow that many people. So let me see here. What do we got here? CM Griffing, some slides about mitosis. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else is going on in web dev on a Friday night, but let's just do that. Rocks code. Okay, Theo's got a suggestion. I'll trust you, Theo. Let's do that. All right. Thank you all for joining